A very warm welcome back from a bright and breezy Mandalika. Here we are right on the edge of the Indonesian island of Lombok, on the southern side of the island, which means that the Indian Ocean is lapping up or surfing up some beautiful waves just a few hundred meters away from where we're sitting. And we are back for the second half of today's free practice action for round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. On track you can see two of the PERTAMINA Honda riders on an outlap here, namely Helmi Asman with the yellow number 32 and Karel Idem with the number 89 just behind him as they go round to complete they just completed their first lap. So Karel Idem, who has been the story of the season so far, the first 3 rounds, he's been imperious, being absolutely the rider to beat, having scored in this order from round 1 to round 3. Win, second, a win. Then a problem in Sugo, but still picked up 3 points, and then a win in race 2 at Sugo. All of that adds up to 118 points, which is a 27-point advantage over Kito Abe, the young Japanese rider from TKKR 1XOX, who scored his first ARRC win in Sugo, a win and a second in fact out of there, and before that he had a clutch of 4th places. So a really solid start to the season with some with a good few cherries on top at Sugo for Kito Abe. That means he's in second with 91 points, 1 point ahead of Nakarin Atirapulipat, and another 3 points ahead of Helmi Asman. So notwithstanding Kip's lead at the top of the standings, just behind him the competition is really hot. And so these are the first riders to really get their head down on track for this afternoon session. This is free practice 2 out of 3. There'll be one more later in the afternoon as Helmi moves aside to make way for his teammate. Helmi was just outshone in Sugo in round 3, back at the end of June, and Helmi knows that to get his championship winning challenge back on track, he needs to beat his teammate and he needs to stand on top of the podium. So that's Helmi's challenge. It's also the challenge faced by Nakarin Atirapulipat and Kito Abe. All of them in catch-up mode, all of them very close together. And I mean this in the nicest possible way when I say that there is a new illustrious joker in the pack in the form of Ibrahim Noureddin, who has come in to replace Afif Amran in the Yamaha Indonesia lineup. Malaysian, of course, Ibrahim Noureddin. But it's great to see him back. Supersport 600 race winner. We know his quality, and we can also be confident that he will be among the leaders this time weekend. As will this rider on another Yamaha, number 22, Soichiro Minimamoto. Soichiro currently 5th in this closely fought championship. He's on 79 points, so well within reach of Kito Abe, who's sitting above him in second. He's got Ratapong Willerot, the 2018 Supersport 600 champion. Soichiro Minimamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue. And following him, in fact, I think I just said it's Ratapong, it's not. It's, let me check, but I think that's Andy Mohamed Fadli. Yep, that's his teammate. Well, I was right the first time. for the camera to focus, and I'll confirm it. Anyway, yeah, it is Andy Fadley behind him. Andy Fadley, having won the AP 250 championship in 2022, has stepped up into Supersport 600. It's been a steady away for Andy Mohammed Fadley. He's picked up, let me just read this right, he's picked up 21 points so far from 6 races. We know he's got the quality, and it is time for him to really start to show what he can do on the Supersport 600. And perhaps Soichiro Minamoto can help to show him the way. Although there is a little irony that the Japanese rider is showing around an Indonesian. There is Adananta Putra on your screen there for Astra Honda, the sole Astra Honda rider in Supersport 600. He was really quick in this morning's session. To be exact, he was 4th with a 140.381. That was 0.6 slower than the session-topping Azroy Hakim Anwar. Stay with Adananta, another rookie for the class, and a very promising one. Superb AP 250 rider before this, and making the logical progression through the Astra Honda talent management system to Supersport 600s. In doing so, he replaces the Astra Honda's 2022 champion, Andy Farid Izdihar, who is having a fine debut season in ASB 1000, and we'll have a chance to look at him in the session that follows this one, which will be the second session for the ASB 1000. Speaking of Andy Farid Izdihar, I think we will be talking to him shortly in the pits. Daniel's gone down there to have a word with him and Zakwan after their notable performance in Suzuka last weekend. But let's stay with Adananta, the next one on the Astra Honda conveyor belt. So Karolidin Paui goes top at the moment on 139.397. That's the fastest time of the day. So they're already going faster than this morning. Just 19/100ths of a second behind him is Azroy, who topped this morning's session. He's already going faster than his best time this morning. So it seems like track temperature is probably at its optimum. I don't have any inside knowledge on the track temperature, but I'm going to take a stab that it's around about 40 degrees now, so that'll be a really nice working temperature. That could be helping to make a difference, along with the increasing familiarity of the track to these two Malaysian first-timers. First-timers from Mandalika, of course. Kip being led there by Helmy, and it is Kip from Azroy from Helmy at the top of the timing screens to make it a 1-2-3 with 11 minutes gone of this session. Blue skies, sea breezes. Blue sky you can see in just about every one of the wider shots, like that one. Then we go into the final sector through a left-hander, and then sprint up, and then hard on the brakes and a wide arcing loop round this spoon of a corner. Turn 16, the penultimate corner of Mandalika, and then a very tricky, tight left-hander, to come onto the back straight. Kip had the fastest lap last time around. Let's see if they've bettered it this time. The answer is no, they haven't. But still notably faster than this morning. Also weren't going well this morning was rider 41 for Honda Racing Thailand, Nakarina Tirapuvapat. Best lap so far for him, 139.895, which compared with a 140.475 this morning. So the rider's getting much more used to the circuit. And the increasing track temperature probably helping. Nakarin rolling over that quite severe rumble strip. And he's just ahead, I think, of Helmi Asman on track. And currently 5th on the timing screen. Andy Fadley is in 7th. He's just 0.9 of a second off the best time, as Chip Nakarin takes a wide swooping line and comes into pit lane. That high-pitched alarm you can hear is riders coming into the pit lane. So with just over half the session done, in comes Karl Iddempawi while he sits at the top of the timing screen. Helmi Asman, his teammate, stays out. Helmi with the best time so far of 1:30.7. He may come in next time around, as I think both his teammates are in the pit. Let's just have a look here at that's Radipon Willarot. Oh, sorry, that's it, Ibrahim Noureddin. Thank you, Mr. Director. Ibrahim. And for Afif Amran in the Yamaha Gen Blue Supersport 600, sole entry there. And there is the Chinese rider, number 222, Xia Jintong, riding for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. Really challenging himself by coming into the ARRC Supersport 600 class, learning at every round his best lap so far, 1:42.989. Obviously that's some way off the top, but not so far as to be out of reach. So good efforts there by the Chinese rider. Let's hope he continues to make improvements as this weekend and as the season continues to roll on. This bike looked fairly unstable in places in the first free practice session. So let's just see how it looks now. It looks a little bit more planted. See it under hard acceleration. So far looking nice and steady. It'll be as we get into this last sector that he got a little sketchy earlier. Here he goes, sliding to the outside. The bike looks a lot more stable this time around. So some good work in between sessions there by Victor Racing. One of the longest established and most storied team in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Xia Jintong, a 1:42.989 that time around. Not his best lap, but he's showing some consistency in his pace. Easing off now though as he begins another lap. Let's take a look now at the second place rider in the championship. That is Kito Abe, a rider on the rise. gaining momentum through the season. He's currently down in 7th with 13 minutes remaining in this session. He was 9th in the previous session, so it seems like he hasn't found his way around this circuit to his liking just yet. But you can be pretty sure that he will. And the body language says that he's really getting onto it now. This is a technical circuit. I've seen a couple of riders pull off and look around because there's so many turns, so much red and yellow, so much green, so much the red strips. He's just run wide there. So another lesson perhaps for him. We are back with Adinata. We were looking at him earlier in the session. On and out lap now. I do beg your pardon, that's RB Aditama, the number 93 bike, another Indonesian wild card. For the assumption that Astra Honda would be the one belonging to Adinata Putra. I would expect, given the normal practices of Astra Honda, that he will be hooking up with Adinata to find a good path around this 4.3 kilometer circuit. So we have to guess that RB Aditama has some experience of this track. His best time currently is screen right at this moment. It's 2.1 seconds just down. And we're going to go down to Daniel, who's in pit lane.
So I'm down here at the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team with none other than defending champion Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan, you just came off after the EWC Suzuka 8 hours, and if I'm not mistaken, you guys in the adjusted results, you guys finished 7th. So can you tell us about your experience over there in Suzuka 8 hours?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the result because actually we in the position 8 in the 8-hour race, but finally Toho have disqualified because of tank capacity is more. Then yeah. We're lucky to get 7th, but for my experience, I really enjoyed the race because the pace was so good and the bike improved a lot than last year, and we're able to fight in the top 10. But I think we can achieve in the more better position. Maybe middle of the 8-hour race, we have traffic with the safety car. Actually, we're able to get a more improved, but have a safety car, and then quite difficult to make a gap, and everybody is coming near. But yeah, until the end, we try our best, and finally we get a P7. It's so good for us.
How different is it riding endurance racing compared to normal racing like this?
Yeah, I feel it's more hard than sprint race, but yeah, it's a different type, I think, because in the sprint race we have more energy. We try all out in the race 1 and the race 2, but in the endurance we need to keep the pace, and we try to mentality and physical need more strong, and yeah, this endurance we need to get the pace is good, it's better, but in the sprint maybe we need just all out in the race.
Okay, now we're joined by your teammate Andy. So Andy, I want to ask you the same question as Zakwan. So you guys both participated in the Suzuka 8 Hours. How was your experience over there after a great result?
Yeah, because it my first time again come back to Suzuka 8 Hours. The last time my Suzuka 8 Hours was 2019, but also I couldn't race that time. I have a crash. I only raced Suzuka 8 Hours in 2018, so after 5 years, I ride again, and it was a very good experience again for me. Nakarin and Zakwan did a really good job, and all the team members have working hard. I think almost 1 month stay there to prepare everything. So I think this is the best result we can get now. I think for the future we need to improve again, and let's see, try the best again.
Okay, last but not least for the both of you, what are your impressions of Mandalika? I understand it's both the first time for you guys, so can you tell us a bit about what you like and what perhaps you dislike so far about this track?
Yeah, for me it was my first time with the 1000 bike in this track. Before I just only practice with 600 bike, but yeah, it's completely different. And then FP1 I just try to learn to adapt on the track as soon as possible. And so far I like some sector, and some sector I need to learn more. Thank you.
And for you, Zakwan?
For me, I think I like the environment because we have a beach in the circuit. It's nice. I can make some healing. But in the track, I feel I enjoy because some corner I like, but some corner is a bit hard because strong wind. But we need to find some setup, and we try to adapt the circuit. I think I enjoy.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for the coming session and for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks to Daniel, and a great interview there with Zakwan Zaidi and Andy Farid. They were 2 riders of a 3 ARRC rider team. The other one is currently on track, Nakarin Atirapuvapat, who definitely fancies his chances as a superbike rider. It was fantastic to see them achieving that a brilliant 7th place for Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa at Suzuka just a few days ago in Sunday's race. We're back on track now with Galang Hendra Pratama, the number 99. Galang currently in P8 on a best time of 1:39.863 last time around. So he's a rider on the move. And another good first sector for him, so perhaps we can expect a little bit more from him. Let's keep an eye on him as he goes around. So Galang Hendra, great rider with international experience, as is this one. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, another of the Honda riders who arrived here in Mandalika with their tails up after the Suzuka 8-hour achievement. And here goes Nakarin into the final sector, sliding the bike nicely on the exit there, and up and around this difficult turn. Be interesting on race day to see the different lines that are taken around here. Looked a little bit uncharacteristically untidy there, Nakarin, so I don't think this is going to be a particularly quick lap for him. Actually, not bad pace for him. But he's another rider that knows he needs a win this weekend. Karolidin Paui, last time around, 1:38.985. So he's reasserted himself. The championship leader has moved back to the top of the timing screens here in free practice 2. Nakarin, look at the body language. He's looking aggressive on the bike, and there is the session leader and the championship leader, Karol Idampawi, number 89, with getting out of shape there, so this won't be another fast lap, but pushing it. He's gone right on the edge of the gravel trap there. He's got a rear tyre down. That's unusual. We don't see that very often, but he's got a flat rear tyre, so he was lucky to save that and stay aboard. Well, that will be his session done. There's just 2.5 minutes or less remaining. Let's just take a look at this as he exits the turn there. He gets well out of shape, and it's not obvious there that the tyre is deflated, but now you can see as he gets off line and just runs along the edge of the gravel, it's clear then that that tyre has gone down. He knows it, and there it is, a bumpy ride back for the session leader, Karol Idampawi. Yeah, that doesn't look too comfortable, does it? Only just behind him on the top of the timing screens is Azroy Hakim Anwar, just 25 hundredths slower. Helmi is half a second down from his teammates, and we're back with Nakarin, who's moved up into 4th. Started another lap. Should get this one and one more in if he wants, but Nakarin really going for it now. So first sector time, decent. Just keep an eye on as he comes around and completes sector 2. Also decent, although he's not looking as though he's going to upset the order at the top right now. There is Ibrahim Noureddin. As we said earlier, very warm welcome back to him. Coming in for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Chip Nakarin pushing that CBR 600 RR to the absolute limit that he can. As he comes round, he will get another lap after this one if he wants it. Round turn 16. Smash it over to the left for the 17th and final turn. Out of the corner, almost exactly the same as the last time around, 1:39.8, so good pace, but it's not going to move him up the order. Has he got anything left? Checkered flag is out now, so as the riders come round, that will be it for them. Lucky for Chip Nakarin, he has just completed a lap just a few seconds before the checkered flag came out. Ibrahim, his day is done. Best time for him, 0.8 of a second off the best time. Now there's a view. Fantastic work by the camera crew here. Look at that. Almost like a Japanese mountain scene until you pan around and discover that you're on the edge of the Indian Ocean. I think I just saw Chip Nakarin trundling around, so he's done as well. There we are. If you're anywhere within a place where you can get a direct flight to Lombok, I really recommend that that you do so. Come here for some fantastic racing in round 4 of the ARRC 2023 Championship, and have some fantastic beach and surf time. And I have to say, some very good food around the location as well. Let's take a look at the results, which will shortly obscure that gorgeous view. Here they come. Karolid and Powie, session topper again, 138.985. Second, Azra Hakim Anwar. Third, Nakarina Tirapuvapat, who just on his last time around got himself up into third. Helmi Asman fourth. Fifth, Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. His new teammate, Ibrahim Noradin, in sixth. Seventh, Panason Kauson T, Honda Racing Thailand, Nakarin's teammate, and Galang Hendra Pratama in eighth. Ninth, Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda Racing Team. Kito Abe finished 10th, so Kito hasn't found his way around here yet as he would like. Andy Mohammed Fadli in 11th. 12th, Ratapong Willarot. 13th, Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda. Sharjun Tong for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. 14th. 15th, Ray Matsuoka for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, which completes the provisional free practice 2 results for Supersport 600. Next we will be going to Daniel, who is still in pit lane, and he's going to be heading for the INDONESIA Honda pit, I do believe, to talk to championship leader and session topper Karolid and Powie, Super Kip. And there it is, the championship positions confirmed. 27-point advantage for Kip going into this second half of the season. And look how tight it is just below that. Abe on 91, Nakarin on 90, Helmi on 88, and Soichiro Minamoto on 79. Ratapong a long way adrift. I do think he's got a new or reconditioned engine this weekend, so hopefully we're going to see something closer to the potential of the Thai rider. Azroy 7th after a couple of DNFs, and some bad luck this season for Azroy. That doesn't reflect his ability by any stretch of the imagination. But those championship positions will look somewhat different, even if the rider right at the top doesn't change this weekend. Next up, we've got the ASP 1000s, as I said, and we've got more information on screen now. We did see some enormous differences in lap times this morning in free practice 1, and now we should be able to decode where the differences are being made. But in the first session, it was Marcus Reiterberger who was at the top, and the only rider to come anywhere near challenging him was class rookie Andy Farid Izdihar, the only rider to get within, I think it was half a second of him. Yep, or within 0.6 anyway, just checking the results here. Going to Daniel.
So I'm down here at the INDONESIA Honda paddock with Karolid and Powie. So Kip, it's been a great improvement for you in regards to timing from FE1 to FE2. You've gone straight up to the top, fastest in the session. But it looked like at turn 5 you had a bit of a puncture. Could you talk us through the session and what was different from FE1 and now?
Yes, especially from yesterday I don't feel really well because I have a fever. Then yeah, this morning it was little bit difficult to concentrate. With I feel some dizzy, so in the FE2 it's quite better. So yeah, really happy about today in the FE2. We improved a lot from this morning, and yes, and my tire get flat. I don't remember which corner, But yeah, I was so lucky to stay on the bike.
Could you talk us through a bit of what was changed for you from FP1 to FP2 bike-wise, or was it just on you yourself?
Yeah, we changed something on the rear and something in the front to make it better, because this morning I don't feel so much good with the rear, and the rear move a lot, and we changed something in the FP2 and work really well.
Thank you so much, Kip. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
Welcome back everyone to PERTAMINA Mandalika International Street Circuit here on the gorgeous island of Lombok. We're here on the south of the ocean as we just looked there at a GP legend there, Tadej Okada, sitting in the Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa pit. And there's one of his riders, or 2 riders out there. Number 1, Zakwan Zaidi, the defending 2022 champion, early out onto the circuit to get his outlap in. Fresh from a fine performance in the Suzuka 8 Hours, as we were hearing a few minutes ago during the interview with him. Zakwan Zaidi has had a real fight on his hands this season to defend his Supersport 600 crown. And specifically, he is sitting in third in the championship. He's bagged 84 points, a decent total. That includes 4 podiums. But he is on 84 points. Championship leader Marcus Reiterberger is on 118, 26 points above Haruki Noguchi. And looking there is Marcus Reiterberger's teammate, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, the 2019 and inaugural ASB 1000 champion. As he makes his way through sector 3. But we did see right from the off this morning, Marcus Reiterberger, as he put his first few laps in, he immediately went really fast. His lap times were comparable to the first free practice session. He was saying in the post-session interview, his lap times in free practice 1 were the same as in World Superbike free practice 1 earlier this year. So, great performance. These bikes, in terms of engine tuning, are much closer to stock than World Superbikes. So that's quite an achievement by the German. And here is his teammate, as we were saying, number 25, Aslan Shah, sporting a new helmet design. We got used to that other one, so this one, to see a new one, is quite remarkable. The best time this morning in free practice 1 was 1:36.1. There is Andy Farid Izdihar, the only rider, as I was saying earlier this morning, to get anywhere close to Marcus Reiterberger. Yuki Ito also had a really good session, being close to the top for much of it and ending up on 1:38.53. But there was this gulf in times between the fastest two, Reiterberger and Andy Farid, and the rest of them, including Zakwan Zaidi, defending champion, and Haruki Noguchi, who comes in to the second half of the season in P2 in the championship. There is Yuki Ito. Number 76, he's a replacement rider. We're so used to seeing him in the ARRC that it's easy to forget that he's actually a replacement rider for the injured Kevin Kubo, who's having problems with arm pump. But Yuki Ito coming through to complete a lap now. And he goes top with 1:39.3. So nowhere close to this morning's lap times. But nevertheless, the Japanese, I think we can call him a veteran these days, jumped to number 1, and Zakwan has just knocked him off thanks to going a second faster. Haruki Noguchi was way off the pace as well. Let's just have a look at, once again we're seeing Daniel Kazmayuddin off track. This time it looks like a mechanical issue. It's the lively and well-travelled Daniel Bogers rejoins me in the commentary box. Welcome back, Daniel.
Thank you. The weather, I must say, is absolutely spectacular here. It's hot,
but it's just nice to know that there's a breeze, and I'm sure the rider's enjoying it. And I was just wondering for a second there, like Marcus, he hasn't set a lap time, and he's immediately come on a 1:36.6. I'm very interested to see how Marcus goes around this session, because he seemed very, very confident. I mean, I can say that about almost every ASB 1000 rider, but Marcus just seemed to have that extra edge. He just seems to know that he has a little bit extra left in the bag. And he's definitely going to give it.
And look at his teammate. His teammate has just closed within 0.8 of a second of Marcus Reiterberger. So he had a quiet session this morning. Aslan Shah, best time of 1:39, but has improved that considerably with a 1:37.3 this time. Oh, that's interesting there. I think that was that Andy that had his hand up there?
It seemed like it. But looks like Marcus, he's on a really hot lap. This is going through the second last bit. I was going around the track earlier during the lunch break, and yeah, just going across the line there, it's a 1:36.3 for Marcus.
Yeah, so almost down to his morning time. Track temperature has gone up, of course, since then. It's about 55 degrees currently, a lot warmer than I was estimating earlier on. And air temperature about 30, but I think it feels cooler because we've got the sea breeze.
Yeah, it's the ambient temperature it's very cooling, but the track, yeah, it does heat up quite a lot with the sun glaring on it. I wasn't sure, he just come across there, another 1:37, this time 1:37.4 for him. The next customer we just saw come off, so we're not certain. There was nothing visible from what we could see, which was the issue for his bike, nothing dangling off.
Yeah, so no smoke, nothing like that, but yeah, there he is. So more problems for the Malaysian contender. Aslan Shah is on the move, and that's always a good thing to see. So the Aslan Shah mojo appears to have returned. As he comes around, oh, well, trying his braking marker. We did hear earlier from, who was it from? Azroy, that the braking marker is invisible as you come into turn 16. So that could have been an issue there for Aslan Shah.
Yeah, so it's going around just now when I went to the last few turns. It really is almost like a blind turn. You have to more or less guess and just keep repeating what you were doing on the last lap. Otherwise, you will easily overshoot like what happened to Aslan there, because it's not, it's forgiving enough that there's a runoff, but if you're trying to set a hot lap, if you're trying to be consistent, it's really unforgiving in the sense that it's so easy to make an error going in.
Yeah, Andy Farid improving, but still a second adrift of the BMW rider, the German BMW rider, as opposed to the Malaysian one, who is also a second adrift of the number 28 machine. There is Andy Farid. Impressive, Andy Farid, and as I was saying, as was brought to mind by your interview, these Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa riders coming in with their tails up after their performance at Suzuka.
Yeah, Andy's he's just been really consistent throughout the first and now the second session. He's been looking good, but it's just to find that edge to Marcus. Now Marcus, he just went back into the pit momentarily and just come out, perhaps a slight adjustment to the suspension or tire pressure. So it'll be interesting to see how Marcus progresses, but I think Andy right now, he's going to be really looking forward to being able to contest for the victory, because he's the closest throughout the two practice sessions that we've had. And yeah, he's just doing a great job. He's just come across a 1:36.963, so he closes the gap between himself and Marcus now down to 0.658 seconds.
Yeah, very much what we were seeing this morning. There was a little bit of cat and mouse. He never quite caught Reiterberger, but he kept getting closer, and then the cat moved away a little bit further. Or was he the mouse? Yeah, the mouse is the one getting chased, right?
And more often than not, they get away from the cat.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, I agree. I've been impressed with Andy Farid for years. He's a real quality rider, thoughtful, intelligent rider, and really fast. So back in to see what the problem is with Kazma. He's talking there with the Olin's technician, so it could be suspension setup issues. A lot of animated chat going on there anyway. And the amazing thing, Daniel, is that we haven't even mentioned Haruki Noguchi yet.
That's what I was going to say. He's on track, but he's down in 5th. He's 1.9 seconds behind Marcus, so still Haruki not finding the pace that we expect him to be at. So it is a challenge for him and SDG team.
Just looking for clues in these sector times where the difference is. Because the 1 second on a 1 minute 36 lap is a huge margin. Andy Farid coming in there.
Yeah, looks like Andy's gonna come back in.
Yeah, I noticed in the first session when we got the data that that Marcus was a good deal faster through sector 1 than anybody else. So I do feel sector 1 that's been making the difference. But let's watch that as this session progresses. Look, there he is. Look, Daniel. 26.8 through the first sector. Everybody else is in the 27s. All the other faster riders are in the 27s.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just that aerodynamic advantage that BMW has. They have those massive winglets at the front, and that sector 1 is with the first heartbreaking turn into turn 2, 3, 4. So whether or not that helps to keep the bike planted and really keep it on grip so that Marcus can get on the gas better. I don't know if that could be a factor, but he's just on a hot lap again.
I'm not sure. I mean, you know more about this, but the effect of the wings when you're going through a section that's effectively second gear section. But you can see he's about half a second faster through sector 1 than the best, and fastest through sector 4 of the session as well.
Yeah, and he's improved as well again at 136.2. So it's not a massive improvement, but every lap he's gone so far, it's been better, and he's just dropping the time steadily.
It's the pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good pace, and you just wonder how that will translate on race day if the others can't find their a way of competing with him. But I really want to keep an eye on that sector 1. There's our friend Osama.
Sensei Marcus, because as you mentioned, the pace that he has, if he can be this consistent now, and if this progresses, if this pace progresses into race day and no one else can close the gap between them and him, he's just gonna fly away at the start, and he's just come across now.
Every time he sets off on another lap, isn't it? You see another purple sector time come up, and he's just done it through sector 2, sector 3. Not purple, but I can't see anybody else that's 19.7. Everybody else is in their 20s. So where is he finding this shortcut? Zakwan Zaidi coming in for a break. 16 minutes into this 40-minute session for the big bikes.
Yeah, Marcus has just come across now 135.907. So that's the first 135 we've had of this weekend of the ASB 1000s. And he's really setting the pace. Currently, no one else is below 137 except for Andy Farid and Marcus, and no one else is below 136 other than Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah, and it's he's just doing it every sector. There's no one thing you can really point to. Yuka Ito on our screens now. Best lap so far, 138.275. So more than a 2-second difference with Marcus.
Yeah, I think what Marcus is doing in this session, he's starting to, because in the interview just now, he mentioned that he's trying many different lines. And it seems that in each lap he's doing, he's faster in a different sector. So perhaps he's trying to see which one works better. They'll gather that information, the data, and compile it together for free practice 3 and carry it on for race day tomorrow and Sunday.
Bang in a perfect lap based on those experiments in qualifying.
I mean, yeah, I think
You can see it. He's so analytical, isn't he?
definitely, yeah. And being German naturally, they will look for perfection, the perfect lap. So I think if they find all this, the right lines, the right setup, Marcus is just going to be flying in the next sessions that we have coming up.
However, racial stereotyping aside, here comes Aslan, his teammate. He's on, he's 1.4 seconds adrift, which puts him in third, which again emphasizes just what Marcus Reiterberger is achieving. Haruki Noguchi, 2.3 seconds off. There are certainly more questions than answers at this point in the proceedings, as far as this ASB 1000 is concerned.
It seems tire-wise as well. I think this might be one of the first occasions where I've seen Aslan go for the mediums, I believe he's on. Medium. Usually we'll see Aslan using the hard on the front and either the medium or soft on the rear.
Yeah, true. Anyway, he's run off again. But it's an experiment, it's free practice.
Yeah, Kasper now coming around. This is going to be his first flying lap since coming back in, where we saw he had an issue. So Kasper running the identical compound medium. Yukito, he just come across his personal best, a 1:38.183. Now here's Aslan Shah back on screen, going to start his first flying lap after coming out of the pits, that is. As you mentioned his sector times, just looking at the sector 1, 2, and 3 for Marcus, he's on 26, 19, and 19, when everyone else is about 27, 20, and 20.
Yeah.
So
There's no one thing, you know. People like to look for one explanation, but life is often more complicated than that, and it certainly is when it comes to motorcycle racing at this level. It's never one thing. Well, perhaps one thing you can point to is the human sitting in the saddle there. Just looking at his teammate right now.
And this flowy bits, I love that final flow right before the last 3 turns. You really have to get the gas on, really make the bike flip just nicely, and then you enter this sector where it's a right and then it's a left and then a back flipped onto the right. Ooh.
So Aslan once again, he'd already gone off on that lap, so another experiment. No damage done, lesson learned perhaps.
It must be frustrating, however. Each lap that he's done so far, he's made a slight error, and that slight error was enough to just throw you off onto the curb there, where you just can't get the bike turned back in, and it's just tough.
And the circuit flows together so well. Let's just take another look at that. Back's going to come round now. That's it.
Yeah, you can see just around the apex, he's just getting on the gas, and it maybe perhaps just a touch too early.
Yeah, so just compress and the back come out.
So here we are with Aslan Shah for another flying lap. On that lap, I must say his second sector wasn't too bad, a 20.078. So it was a decent lap coming in for Aslan. I believe it would have been in the 37s, perhaps a higher 36 as well. But yeah, he's still finding the right line, finding the right setup.
Yeah, and working intensely there. As he still has a margin of just over a second on Andy Farid.
And as one rider who's been quiet for the past few minutes is right there on screen, Zakwan Zaidi. He's he's down in 4th now. So he looked relatively calm talking to him. He looks excited, but Honda has just been they've been there, but just to knock off the BMWs has been tough. But the good thing for Zakwan is his teammate Andy has been doing brilliant, so they can share some data, some information with each other, especially Andy having ridden 600s here as well.
Yeah, half a second between them at the moment. The rookie Andy Farid being the faster of the two.
Yeah, so looking strong now around this lap. Looking at sector times. Just come across, and it's a decent lap coming in from Azlan Shah. Comes across a 137.358, sorry, a 137.079. So he does improve by about 0.2 seconds. So that keeps him in 3rd, just about 0.3 seconds behind Andy Farid. So Azlan now looking like he's got the rhythm. And now he continues on for another flying lap.
Yeah, there's 17 minutes remaining, and Aslan is definitely not a rider to rush things when they don't need to be rushed. So, yeah, whatever he's learned, he's building into his laps. But this really is a circuit where it flows so well, like you said, Daniel. You need to get all of it right, not run too wide on the exits. Not just for your lap time, but I think offline the track's pretty dirty. And there is Zakwan, best time so far, 1:37.5. 1.5 seconds off. Let's see what he can do. If he has a lot of track to himself there, I beg your pardon, that's Andy Farid Izdihar.
Looking at, so sorry, I was just analyzing Azlan's timing. I think his real Achilles heel is his first sector, because in the second sector he's pretty fast. In the third sector he's not too bad, but that first sector seems to be letting him down, and the final sector as well.
Yeah, as we keep saying, you really need to stitch that first sector together before the track opens out. Here goes the championship leader once again. He's calm, he's happy.
Haruki has just gone up into 4th. He's just come across with a 1:37.403. So Haruki is slowly closing the gap in. It was over 2 seconds earlier. Now he's just 1.4 seconds behind Marcus Weiterberger. So he's slowly going to find something. But at the same time, Marcus has just come out. So perhaps a different setup now for Marcus to try. And after seeing that each sector he's been the fastest, he'll start to know what to do around this Mandalika circuit. And he will push on for an even faster lap.
Yeah, it is absolutely fascinating as riders of this quality find their way around. And Haruki Noguchi, for all his youth and aggression, this SDG team works in a very unhurried way, and they know this is only free practice too. And they also know, as we all do, that Haruki has a special race day suit.
Yeah, Haruki always, he shows up on Sundays. Even if he starts a bit further back, he will find a way to start fighting at the top, and he never gives up. And speaking of which, Azlan, who's just come across, he's at another 1:37.0. So he's consistent around that timing, but he's just not being able to find that final edge. Again, Sector 1 at 27.289. So it's not fast enough in comparison to his teammate Marcus. So that's really, it seems Sector 1 to Sector 2 is where he's really losing that time, because after the Sector 1, through the sharp bends, it really sets you up for a long drive up into the next few turns.
Yeah, and I think we just saw Aslan trundle off track once again. A lot of work being done there on the bike of Casper Daniel. He's currently 2.8 seconds adrift of Reiterberger. So he's going to have to be patient as well. Daniel head back to the pit lane, and there is a sad sight. That is the BMW there, the number 83 of Lachlan Epis of Evolution Sports Group. That looks like it's had a little trip through the gravel, unfortunately. With less than 13 minutes remaining, that will be Lachlan's session done. The Australians posted a best time of 1:39.3, and there is Osama Murray on screen now for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. Stepping in for Anthony West, no less, for his ARRC debut at a circuit that he's never visited before. So fair play to the to Osama Murray, regular competitor in MSBK, the Malaysian Superbike Championship, for his pluckiness in coming into this series. He's been wanting to do it for a while, and it's good to see him here. And we look forward to seeing what he can do. Running number 44 here. No change at the top. Only one rider into the 135s. And I don't need to repeat who that is. So we've got BMW, Honda, BMW, Honda, Honda, Yamaha. But after really the top two, every other rider from Aslan Shah in third downwards has got a lot to find to get anywhere close to the pace being set by Marcus Reiterberger. Osama Murray, best time, 1:30, sorry, it's just off the screen, 1:44.014. So he's finding his way around, very much like the Malaysian Teo Yu Zhou, going into ARRC to improve by competing with some of the regions and indeed the world's top superbike riders. So credit to him for that. Wide shot there gives you a perspective of where the track is relative to the beach, and that's basically on the beach if they hadn't put the racetrack there. Osama Murray, very popular rider in MSBK, very articulate, very clever rider. It would be good to talk to him at some point over the weekend as well. Although I think we're going to be talking to the defending underbone champion very shortly. That's Wayuaji Trilaksana, who's also been going very well in this session. The underbones will be up next, so they're going to try and catch him before he goes out for this one. And here's the other rider who stepped up from MSBK in order to improve himself as a rider, Teo Yu Zhou. Another one of the really good guys from that championship. So just under 9 minutes remaining. A lot of riders in the pits. Lachlan Epis out. Looked like a crash out. And just to get a fix on speed, because I managed to get the sector times earlier. So top speeds on this short straight here, looking like in the 270, around 270 to 275 kilometers per hour. So probably most of these bikes are doing that in 5th gear rather than short shifting up into 6th. There's a welcome sight. Daniel Kazmayuddin back on track, shadowing his teammate Yuki Ito, who has been much luckier with track time so far today. But we saw Kazma having his suspension worked on. He doesn't look happy going around that that turn, that long right turn, 16, and gingerly through the final turn, turn 17. And he comes across. Let's take a look. He's still no improvement, 2.8 seconds off the best time of Markus Reiterberger. And his teammate Yuki Ito, best time 1:37.7. So 1.8 seconds off the top time. Let's have a look to see what Haruki Noguchi's doing. He's in the pit. Although hopefully with 6 minutes remaining on the clock, we will see a little bit more of the Japanese Championship challenger before this session is done. One more to go later today. Really nice conditions out there, air temperature 30, track temperature around 55. And the lap times in this session, for all sorts of reasons, like track familiarity and track temperature, a lot quicker than this morning. We're going to go down to Daniel, who's with Wayuaji Trilaksana.
So we're down here at the RaceX 60 Racing Garage with none other than Wahyu Aji Trilaksana. So Wahyu, you were fastest in practice 1. Do you think that that was the best setup that you could have had, or do you think that it could be better?
Ya, saya pikir ini hasil yang bagus karena di practice 1 saya bisa menorehkan 154.5. Tapi untuk di FP2 ini mudah-mudahan saya bisa lebih baik lagi. Maybe di 153.
So what you were saying that in practice 1 he did a good job, but he feels that he can drop it down to 153 in the practice 2. So currently, Wahyu, you're 53 points behind Nazrul Izzat. Do you think that this weekend is the opportunity to close the gap?
Saya pikir kesempatan tetap terbuka lebar karena racing apapun bisa terjadi. Apalagi ini masih ada 3 seri lagi di Mandalika, Cina dan di Thailand. So ada 6 race. Saya pikir untuk championship masih terbuka lebar kesempatannya.
So basically what you're saying that the championship is very wide still, still another 6 more races to go, and anything can happen in racing. So Wahyu, thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks to Daniel, and we'll be speaking a little more with Wayuaji Trilaksana, the defending champion for the Underbone 150 class, after the next session, which will be free practice 2 for the Underbones. Now Yuki Ito continues on his way. A decent session for him, timing screen position-wise, in 7th, but 1.8 seconds off the best time set by Marcus Reiterberger, who set all the best sector times. He's commanding every part of the track. So there is no one single answer to the question, why is he so much faster than anyone else? And I think Haruki Noguchi is back out on track with less than 3 minutes remaining. So where is Haruki? He'll be on an out lap now. He's in sector 2, so he'll get possibly 2 flying laps in before this session is done. Yuki just going past Haruki Noguchi. Zakwan's session is done. He's sitting out, just watching the action on screen. Haruki Noguchi comes around to complete this lap. It won't be a quick one because he spent a long time looking around, but now he's pulling the pin. So let's see what he can do. He'll get this lap around and the checkered flag will come out while he is on his second flying lap. So let's see whatever STG Park Pro have done to his bike during that fairly long stop. Let's see what difference it's making. So through the first sector, pretty steady. 0.8 of a second slower than Reiterberger's best first sector. Haruki still has 1.5 seconds to make up on his championship rival. I think we just saw Kazma Daniel running off there. But we stay here with Haruki Noguchi. Haruki respectable again through sector 2. His best sector time through the third sector and the second best of the day. Sliding out wide, taking a very wide line through this spoon of a corner, unsettling the bike a bit by going over the rumble strip. Let's see if he can better his best time so far. No, it's a 1:37.5. So this is the last opportunity. Haruki Noguchi has got to improve his position on the timing screen from P4. 1.5 seconds adrift over the top. And the checkered flag will come out now, so riders come into the pits, that will be done. Haruki Noguchi now in the second sector. Getting a respectable but not stunning first sector. I don't think Haruki Noguchi is going to move up unless he just pips Aslan Shah for third. He's got Yuki Ito ahead of him on track. Sweeping round through into sector 4, through sector 3 into sector 4. That was a quick sector 3 for Haruki Noguchi. He's going up the inside of his compatriot Yuki Ito. They're sprinting to the line together. Perhaps a little dress rehearsal. So that time around it was a 1:37.4 for Haruki Noguchi. I beg your pardon, that was a 1:37.585, just about a tenth slower than his best time so far. pretty much all these riders have finished the session. Still more questions than answers for this ASB 1000. So we look at the volcano, I believe, for this island, but there it is confirmed. Fastest time and the only rider into the 135s, Marcus Reiterberger. Next best, 0.699 of a second slower, was Andy Farid Izdihar for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Marcus's teammate Aslan Shah in third. In fourth, Haruki Noguchi, best time for him, 137.4. 10th slower in fifth position is Zakwan Zaidi. Sixth, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, troubled session for him again. Yuki Ito was seventh. Jakrit Swangsawat for East NJT Racing was eighth. And ninth, despite the crash midway in the session, was Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports. Osama Murray standing in for Anthony West is 10th and 11th. Joe Joe, best time for him, 145.9. That does it for free practice 2. We will see the Superbikes on track once more a little later this afternoon. To be exact, at 5 o'clock for their final session and the final session of day 1. Okay, so we'll be back very soon with the Underbone 150s. Before that, Daniel will be in the pit talking to Daniel Kazmayuddin. That will be in just a few minutes from now. So stay with us and we'll be right back.
So we're down here with Kasma Daniel. So Kasma, in practice 1 it was a bit of a struggle for you, and this time in practice 2 it seems a bit better, but it still isn't quite there yet. Can you tell us what you're struggling with so far this weekend?
In the FP1, I make crash in end of the session, and also thankful to the guys to make prepare my bike very quickly. But in FP2, I still, when exit time in the first session, I feel like, just a little bit lost, because in FP1, my lap time was 1 minute 40 and everybody was already make 138, 137. So I a little bit lost and a little bit pressure. But in FP2, I tried to follow my teammate Yuki. He was quite good. So I just learned from him about the track. And then I just follow him, but now I arrive little by little. So I hope for in FP3 also we can make a change a little bit on the bike and we can improve more.
You practically answered my next question, but yeah, so do you think that with how strong the BMWs and Hondas are this weekend, do you feel that there's enough time and enough room for improvement before qualifying to be up there with them?
For sure, BMW is fast, and also this track was quite big and more long straight, and but a little bit quite technical. But I think for our bike, Yamaha for technical track is no problem. Just only we lost in the speed, but and we hope we can not too far with BMW and Honda. So I hope for in the race we can manage everything.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Good luck with the rest of the weekend.
We go into the inside the circuit Mandalika.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to last two corner. It's a little bit tricky over there, but it's nice also. Okay, let's go.
Aku udah tahu kamu mau nitik itu, tapi nggak bisa masuk saya. Bisa kalau kamu sikat. Saya nggak bisa sikat begitu. Salah ya. No, we are in turn 16 in Mandalika circuit, and also here is tricky cornering in Mandalika, and many people push here when want to last lap.
Yeah, normally this is the tricky part of the track. Yeah, the track has 4.3 kilometers, have 17 corners. Yeah, in this corner, normally all the rider wants to do the brake hard, but if you like on the corner, it's the same like the corner in Termas Rio Hondo in Argentina. I never been there, but I play in PlayStation. But yeah, here why it's tricky, because we arrive with the top speed, and also we have to hard brake with the lean angle.
Yeah.
So that's the tricky part, and also it's because it's too much dust on the track, because the track is near the sea. Yeah, normally in the last lap, this is the overtaking spot. If you see so many races in World Superbike and also in MotoGP, so many riders have crashed and also take the overtaking in this spot. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see this weekend, especially in underblown class.
Yeah.
What will happen in this corner? So we excited to see also.
Some turn also have a tricky, because in Mandalika is have strong wind.
Yeah, that's
so
also.
must be careful. But yeah, I very love this circuit and very enjoy, because the circuit is very beautiful.
Yeah, that's true.
This is tricky part.
And don't forget to watch the Asia Road Racing this weekend on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, live streaming on Facebook. And don't forget to support us also Indonesian rider as Indonesian rider. So full gaspol.
Don't miss it. Full gaspol.
We are back on track for free practice session 2 for the Underbone 150s. Big field, as you can see here. I think we counted more than 30 bikes. I'll count them again as the session goes on, but a really big, healthy field full of top performing, experienced riders and a whole lot of interesting newcomers and wildcards in this Underbone 150 field. It's going to be an absolutely cracking race here at this amazing PERTAMINA Mandalika International Street Circuit. south side of the island, with the waves lapping in from the deep blue Indian Ocean. As we pan around the track, you can just see how immaculate the track is. Look at the smoothness of the gravel traps. They're constantly being raked and kept in perfect condition. You can see that MotoGP had a big hand in the development of this motor racing facility. I think that's Shafiq Rasool who's moving around then. These bikes going extremely slowly on their outlap, as we often see with the underbones. It's a 30-minute session, so they've got plenty of time. Underbones around here are lapping in the 155s on average, so less than a 2-minute lap. This circuit more or less completely flat. There's a couple of little crests that you don't notice unless you're a rider, like the slightly blind entry into the braking zone for turn 16. There is turn 16. Pardon, it's not. That's we're in still in sector 3. Slower than I thought. And there we are, back out into the wilderness, so it appears. But I guess as the circuit matures and the rain falls, that hillside will become a little greener than it is now. Clear blue skies. We've barely seen a cloud in the 2 days we've been here. The 2 days I've been here anyway. There's the evidence on track there. Not a cloud in the sky, and that's a really nice shot of turn 16. You can see how difficult it is. As one of my colleagues pointed out this morning, it's like a miniature version of the famous spoon corner at Suzuka. And there they go, finally they've completed an outlap. We're almost 5 minutes into the session. So the riders will start to open the throttle. Yeah, just looking at some of the sector times, I think some of the sectors they were taking half a minute or more than a minute even to get through. But now it's business time, and at the front of that group is championship leader Nazrul Izzat on the number 83. Uma Racing Malaysia Yamaha. I think following him is Haziq Farouz. It's a little bit hazy with a high track temperature. It might be Haziq. We're welcoming back after a nasty knock he took to the head at Sugo. We're welcoming back April King Moscado for Uber Racing Philippines. He was a little bit quiet this morning. 18th with the best time of 1:57. So a little off the pace. I think so. The riders running wide here as they get a little out of shape. And there is Shafiq Rasool at the head of that group. Shafiq Rasool, winner of the very first race of the season in Buriram, round 1, race 1. One of 3 very quick riders for 1XOX TKKR. Although one of them, the master, Fazli Sham, is out, still suffering from injury he sustained in Sugo. So we wish him well. I think I might have seen him around. Daniel just got back to the commentary box, so maybe you can confirm. while you take the time, Daniel, to put your headset on, but we were just, I was just speculating about the whereabouts of Fazli Shan. I think I've seen him around. Have you seen him?
I didn't see him today, not yet, so not too certain. I've passed the TKKR box looking for him a few times, but not sure where he's at currently.
So anyway, the two riders in the 1XOX TKKR box have both won races this season. Hafisa Rofa and Shafiq Rasool. And it is Hafisa Rofa, quickest so far, 1:57. So it's a couple of seconds off the pace we saw this morning in the very first session of the day. So it's a long gap from 8 o'clock to 2:30 in the afternoon, so track temperature a lot hotter. Just all go through there. Former champion Akid Aziz, number 13, riding for Cardinals. Alongside Izzat Zaidi, so very strong team there. There's the 157 of Murabil Vitoni, rising star, and currently sitting pretty in the championship, by which I mean second indeed in the championship. So a rider that has looked quick since the beginning of 2022 and has now shown he's able to put good races together and get good podium finishes. So another good rider coming up through the system. And talking about emerging riders, right at the top now is a resurging one, Gupita Krishna, 2 times champion. He looks in really good shape. Spent a bit of time talking to him yesterday, and he looks really strong, really confident. He's had a few podiums this season, including 2 at Sugo last time out, and he's sitting 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, I was going to say Gupita, he's really showing up in this session. He's just got a whole spirit to him, and he just loves seeing Gupita back on top, and this will really give him a confidence boost knowing that he's capable to fight there. And again, it's just going to request Sector 1 fastest, so expect Gupita to improve on that lap time, but do expect everyone else around him to as well find a few more, a little bit of extra time. And interesting enough, I was talking to Kasma earlier after the interview with him, and he was saying that this track is beautiful. It's beautiful to ride on, but it's so technical that if you make a slight error, you just end up scrapping that whole section because you just instantly go too far wide, and it's almost impossible to get it back onto the tarmac cleanly. So that's how technical this track really is, and it's really a joy to watch. It's a challenge for the riders, but it brings us great entertainment. And there you go, Gupita improving again on his time at 1:55.045.
Yeah, for Gupita, I would say that, and there he is at the front of that group, I would say he's got his swagger back. There's a bit of swagger to him that we hadn't seen for a couple of seasons. But that's good to see, because we know what he's capable of.
I remember last year for Gupita, we saw a small amount of brilliance in Sepang, but it just didn't translate in the race, and it didn't carry forward into the latter rounds. But yeah, coming this season now, he's just got it again and again. First sector, he's the fastest. Murabil Vitoni now, he takes up into first at 1:54.885.
Yep, so emerging versus resurging at the top there. And Fazli Sham, number 11 in P3 at the moment, so the family being represented despite the much missed Fazli Sham. Dimas Juliet Mirko, quick rider who has yet to start putting good races together. He's currently sitting 4th.
April King as well, he's doing a good job in 5th.
After a layoff in the first time out this morning, but on the move now. The bright blue bikes, just to help people tune in, are the Cardinals bikes. The orange bikes are Team One for All. I think that's Pirapong moving pen. Just the last of those riders going through there. Number 13, yeah, that's on the Cardinals bike. That is Akid Aziz, former champion. There's Murabil Vitoni, currently fastest man in this session. And again, a rider looking confident, timed him yesterday, or during and after the interview session we had with him. Quietly confident and happy, enjoying himself.
Honestly, we're not seeing anything of two very good riders in this category, Wawan Wello and Wahyu Aji. They've yet to set a lap time.
Interesting, because they were both up there this morning. Oh, and we're getting a little bit out of shape there. Murabil Vitoni, I think that was him carrying the camera. So a whole bunch of riders coming into pit lane there. Quite untidily in one or two cases, I have to say.
You could tell that the riders behind there wanted to be in the train of Murabil. They knew he was fast and
made a late decision just to trundle in behind them, yeah.
So for now, Wawan Wello has come out. He's just done he's gone up into third, so 156.144 for his first flying lap. Great lap time from Wawan Wello. But right now, missing from action still is Wahyu Aji, Husni Zainal, Fauzi, Nguyen Hutri, and Aditya.
Wahyu Aji's best time this morning, 154.6. So just a bit quicker than Murabil, who's sitting at the top on 154.8. So we're coming up to the halfway point in the session. So a lot of these riders coming in now. There's Haziq Farouz, number 17.
Yeah, Haziq just giving way to the riders behind him. Probably will try to latch onto someone, or he might just be heading back into pit lane. Yeah, there he goes. So it looks like the majority of the grid will be heading into their respective pit boxes for now. We still have about 16 minutes left in the session, so plenty of time for the riders and teams to make adjustments and try to improve on the lap time. We've just seen Nazrul Izzat, he's improved quite a bit. He's gone up into 8th. He trails Murabil Vitoni by 1.8 seconds. So for now, the two fastest riders, the two riders with a great advantage are both Murabil Vitoni and Gupita Kresna. Everyone else is about a second under them.
Yeah, and a few interesting, or a couple of interesting wildcard riders here. Agaska, Agaska, 14-year-old, who competes in the Indonesian PERTAMINA Enduro Racing Series here at Mandalika. He's a winner here, and number 69 when we catch him is Aldiaz Axel Ismail.
I think we've got nearly the entire grid now back into pit lane, except for the few riders on track.
One of the Indonesians there, and also number 293. A few new numbers we need to familiarise ourselves with. That's Gilang Akbar Roland, number 293. Just call him Gilang for now. He's being followed by one of the Vietnamese Hondas, but the number on the front of that Honda is so small that I can't see it.
It is quite hard to distinct, but I think that is 178.
Yeah. So that is Nguyen Antoine, indeed. He was 17th this morning, best time 157.
I'll say the Honda Vietnam garage, they've been doing a good job. They've made quite a few strides in both AP250 and Underbones, and especially in AP250 we could really see that they're starting to find the strong points.
And it does show the value of persistence, doesn't it? Because they've been in the series for a while. They keep pushing. They're not really getting into the points too often. However, they're still there, and as Daniel just said, they're improving. So at the top, we've got still Murabil Vitoni on a 154. That's closest to the fastest time of the day. From Gupita Krishna, from Wawan Wello, from Fazrul Sham. And while they're in the pits, why not? Let's take a look at the Indian Ocean and the surf breaking over the rocks. What a sight. I think I might go and sit there later when we finish this.
Oh, definitely.
Cool down.
It's just fantastic. I was thinking that as well. Like after just now down there with the breeze and everything, it's just such a location. I mean, if you're around the area, I highly recommend just come down here in Lombok. You know, grab a place to stay. You can watch the racing over Saturday and Sunday, and after that, just go down to the beach. It's not far at all. Have some coconut water and just have a real nice chill weekend.
Yeah, it's beautiful. In fact, I would urge anybody within, you know, an hour's flight or so to absolutely hop on a plane and get out here.
I saw there's plenty of trips between Bali and Lombok, so those in Bali do come down.
That's it. We'll take a boat.
So by the looks of it, the majority of the grid is going to come out now for the final portion of practice 2. And this could be the moment where we start seeing people start to drop their lap times steadily.
Yeah, I'd expect an improvement in this session. We haven't seen it yet because the riders are getting more familiar. Track temperature is probably at about the maximum point at the moment. So it's hot but not too hot.
I'm really going to look up for Wahiaji, Shafirasu and Hafizarofa, I think, in this final portion. If Wahiaji can come out for the remainder of this session, I think we're going to get a really good battle for the lap times coming in.
Yeah, and there is the number 338, the young Arayagaska, the 14-year-old local hero. So Arayagaska, 14 years old, and indeed coming from Lombok. There we go. It's the Uzi garage. Let's see, the riders come out with a bit more, maybe a little bit more intent than they did 15 minutes or so ago for the second half of this second free practice session. That's it for today. Once they finish this one, tomorrow they'll be on track first for qualifying and then for Super Pole. And there's a red flag for a dog on the track. Well, that wasn't in the... So, red flag, black dog. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have to go back into the pits in an orderly manner. Well, we've seen snakes at Buriram, and now we've got dogs in Lombok. And we saw a cat earlier in the gravel trap, and it looked like it was digging a hole to relieve itself. So we often call it the kitty litter. So yeah, all kinds of wildlife here. The dog looked pretty wild. So it's goodbye to the dog. So perhaps we should make sure he stays out. So on that outlap, the dog came out as well, so now everybody's going to have to file back into pit lane, and then they should be able to ride straight through and go back out again. Let's see. So a bit of onboard from, not sure who's carrying the camera there, but is the black dog back, or is this a replay? The red flag remains out, the black dog remains out, and there's a 2-minute board being shown in pit lane, which means there will be a 2-minute delay while that dog gets caught and hopefully ejected from the track. And while all this is going on, this would be an opportune moment. I think Daniel's on his way down to talk to one of the TVS Asia one-make riders. So yeah, these underbone riders are going to have to stop, albeit briefly. There's a 1-minute board being shown. Oh, the black dog is still on our cameras. Please go away. So what have we got? We've got snakes in Buriram, we've got dogs at Lombok, we've had wallabies at the Bend a couple of years ago. Please send in your wild animal sightings. I think we might have seen a wolf actually on one of the cameras at Sugo. And the dog's returning to the track, completely ignoring the red flag. Yeah, we do indeed need a dog whisperer, or at least somebody who should go and yell at him and take him out of the circuit. So it seems like snakes are a little easier to catch than dogs. So the underbone teams wait for the all clear. So the red flag was shown with 10 minutes 55 on the clock. He's still on camera, but not on track. He's behind, he's separated from the paddock now by a fence. He's still bounding around. Oh, but he's now back into the track area. We definitely need somebody to take care of the dog. He's good at going through the little safety exits around the track, but he keeps going back in again is the only problem. And he's been shown out now. Close the door quickly. That's it. Goodness me. So I think we're feeling confident that we can bring in the red flag, because the black dog, let's not tempt fate, but I think the black dog has gone. 1 minute board being shown again. So let's resume with free practice 2. So if you're listening, please send in your dog jokes, and we promise to read them out on air. Now we're going to go to Daniel, who is with one of the TVS riders.
So I'm down here at the TVS Asia 1 Make Garage with none other than Rusman Fadil, number 18. So he's come back with this after a long break since 2017. So I'm going to ask a question in Indonesian and then we're going to translate it back to English. So Rusman, kali terakhir kamu di ARRC pada tahun 2017. Tahun itu kamu dalam kategori AP250. So boleh ceritakan kepada kami bagaimana pengalaman kamu kembali beraksi di pentas ARRC setelah 6 tahun?
Saya setelah kembali ke ARRC ini, saya sangat senang bisa kembali ke ARRC karena bisa kumpul sama teman-teman semua lagi, merasakan euforia balap lagi. Yang 6 tahun lalu saya udah balap di FP250. Mudah-mudahan balapan kali ini saya bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia.
So basically he says he's come back and he's planning to do the best that he can. So adakah ni pertama kali bawa TVS Apache RR310?
Ya, balapan ini pertama kali saya bawa TVS. Praktis pertama tadi saya coba adaptasi dulu untuk motor. Di praktis kedua ini saya akan coba mulai push biar dapat time yang terbaik.
So the question was whether or not it's the first time that he's ridden the Apache 310, and he said yes, so he's going to try and improve every session that he can. Last question, apa pendapat kamu mengenai motosikal ini?
Mengenai motor TVS ini, motornya sangat kencang, ada powernya juga. Makanya pengalaman pertama saya naik motor TVS, saya juga perlu adaptasi buat praktis pertama tadi. Nah, saya akan coba di praktis kedua ini lebih baik.
So basically he said it's an exciting bike and he's going to try and improve it even more as he goes into the next practice session. So untuk last one, boleh kasih shout out dalam bahasa Papua? kepada fans semua.
Oke, buat teman-teman semua yang ada di Papua, dukung saya. Mudah-mudahan bisa mendapatkan hasil terbaik di balapan ARRC ini, khususnya di kelas TVS. Bisa.
The last one was just a shout out in the language of the Papua New Guinea. So terima kasih banyak Rusman, and good luck for the race.
Wonderful stuff to see Rizman Fadil, wildcard rider from Papua in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Over the many years, we've seen a whole load of riders from countries not normally associated with motorsport coming in, trying their hand with riders from more established countries like Indonesia, of course. And I'm pretty confident when I say that Rizman Fadil is the first Papuan to come into ARRC. So a very warm welcome for him. And he did a decent job in the earlier free practice session. It is the TVS Asia One Make that will be out next when this Underbone 150 session finally comes to an end. They're back out on track now, thanks to the exit of the Black Dog. And just to recap, Murabo Vitoni was quickest with 154.885, just ahead of Gupita Krishna. Both those times set fairly early in the session. Wabamwelo was third, and looking further down the order, there was 2 seconds covering the first 11. 11th was Shafiq Rasul. So not the kind of much wider than the gaps we expect to see in the race in Underbones. It'd be about half that. Just watching there the 2 Team 1 riders, both Thai, Japanese team with 2 Thai riders, Lascorn and Pirapong. And a very gentlemanly outlap, as usual, for the Underbones. I can hear some have completed their outlap because they just went past the commentary box. But a really slow pace going around turn 16. 6 minutes left on the clock. They take almost 2 minutes to get around, so they haven't got too much more work to do before they pack up for the day. The next time we see Underbones on track will be tomorrow morning at 8:40 for qualifying. That will be followed by their Super Pole shootout for the fastest 15 at 10:40. So a lot of qualifying action coming your way tomorrow morning. So hopefully they're going to start a flying lap. I suspect not. Still very leisurely, a lot of people running close together. There in the middle of that pack is the number 87 championship leader, Nazrul Izzat. One of the 1XOX team bikes in there. You can't see who it is from that angle. And the 2 Team 1 for All machines getting moving. There's the 2 Cardinals bikes of Izzat Zaidi, the number 98, backing off there. His teammate Akid Aziz has continued on his way, and for the second time, it's like a second outlap for most of them. Afisa Rofa going through. I would expect Afisa Rofa, as a very skilled technical rider, to come through well here at Mandalika. I hope he proves me right. He had a quiet first session. Finished 7th, well that's quiet by his standards, and 155.761. This time, Afisa Rofa is obscured by some messages on the screen, but a 1:57.1. Fisarofa already a race winner in 2023. He's been followed across the line there by Wawanwelo and one of the Vietnamese Hondas. There goes Hafisa, there goes Wawan to begin another lap. 3 minutes remaining, so they'll make 2 more flying laps. Track's temperature's still high because the heat haze obscuring most of the numbers there, but we can make out Wawanwelo and Hafisa Rofa just between them, mugging one of the JRT pit bike. And a Vietnamese Honda hanging with them as well. As Daniel said a little earlier, step by step making improvements, and you have to admire the persistence of the Vietnamese Honda outfit. There's a wild card just on the outside, making room for Hafisa and Wawan to go through. Wawan wanting to take advantage. Signal there to Hafisa, but no big drama on track. Both look pretty cool, calm and collected as they come into final turn 17. It's very tight left-hander. There's a wild card chasing Hafisa. So that time around, no improvement for Hafisa. By the time they get around, it should be just about the time the checkered flag comes out. But Hafisa and Wawanwelo getting some quick laps in, and the wildcard just behind them, following in their wake to try and get some advantage. Extremo UZ Hondas for Cheryl Shazras. Cheryl Shazras and Haziq Hamdan riding for Extremo UZ Honda. There is the 293 machine of Gilang Akbar Roland. Number 98 Izzat Zaidi. He's starting to make a move. Very late in this session. The checkered flag will come out in just 30 seconds from now. There is the number 22. Another quick rider, that's John Emerson Ngito, but at the front of that group is the number 23 of 2 times champion Gupita Krishna. He's got Izzat Zaidi just behind him. Murabil Vitoni somewhere in the mix as well. Checkered flag is out now, so this will be their last time around. This is the end of the session for these riders as Gupita Krishna tucks his head right down under the fairing. No change in the positions at the top. Akid Aziz moves up into 4th, however. Aditya Fauzi, number 177, into 5th. Dimas Juliet Moko, 0.8 of a second off. Let's have a look around turn 16 from the onboard shot. You can see how tight Sorry, into turn 16 now. And there's another group of bikes here going extremely quickly, trying to clock a time. Will they get in each other's way? Probably is the answer. Some of them running right off. Akid Aziz is just at the front of the group, former champion. I think that's April King Moscato just making his way back onto the track. So is that, I beg your pardon, Akid Aziz can keep his nose in front there. He's got Giancarlo Maurizio behind him. And watch to see if Akid can improve his time. We've got time to look at the sector time, so we'll just wait until he comes past the checkered flag. There is on that distinctive blue Cardinals machine, wide line out, head down, across the line. In fact, Akid Aziz gets bumped down. He helps other riders to bump him down. He finishes a second off the best time, which has been set by Wawanwelo. He was one of the riders that took advantage of that big, crowded last group to go across the line. So Wawanwelo bumped Murabil Vitoni off the top. Gupita Krishna still there in third. So let's just have a look. So fastest on that last lap, Wawanwelo for Pitspike JRT. Just taking the advantage in the last moments for Murabil Vitoni for LFNH Putra 969. Gupita Krishna for 4S1M in third. Izam Ekmal, good performance from him on SCK Honda, was fourth. Fifth, Pirapong Louis Bunpen. Sixth, Akid Aziz. Seventh, best Filipino, Giancarlo Maurizio. Aditya Fauzi in eighth for Race Tech. Dimas Juliet Moko 9th, another of the LFN riders. Izzat Zaidi for Cardinals in 10th. 11th, Hafisa Rofa. 12th, Fazrul Sham. 13th, Nguyen Antoine. 14th, Hazik Farouz. 15th, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who topped this morning's session, down in 15th. 16th was April King Moscato. 17th, Fahmi Bassam. 18th, championship leader Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. 19th, John Emerson in Guito. 20th, Shafiq Rizal. 21st, Pascon San Luang. And 22nd, wildcard, Arai Agaska Dibani Laksana, another LFN H Putra rider. 23rd, Ilham Effendi for 4S1M. Cheryl Shazras for Estremo Uzi Honda was 24th. 25th, Rio Andrianto for Milanesti Waraben. 26th, Aldiaz Axel Ismaya. Warapot Tongdon Mon is 27th. 28th, Gilang Akbar Roland. 29th, Husni Zainul Fauzi. And we're not finished yet. Pacharagon was 30th, ahead of Nora Kim. Nguyen Hu Tri was 32nd and 33rd, clearly with some issues. He only recorded 2 minutes and almost 1 second. Hazik Hamdan for Estremo Uzi Honda. That's the underbone session done. I can hear the barking of the TVS Asia one-make Apache RR310s outside of the window. So let's take another look at the ocean and take a short break. Daniel is going to talk to Murabil.
So we're down here at the LFN Putra Racing Garage with none other than Murabil Vitoni. So he was 6th fastest in practice 1 and was for the majority of the session fastest in practice 2, but just went down into 2nd. So once again, I'm going to ask the question in Indonesian and I will translate for you guys the best I can. So Murabil, konsisten setakat ni. Jadi adakah bisa kamu kekalkannya buat sesi qualifying dan mungkin Superpole dan seterusnya race 1 besok?
Ya, untuk KTT besok dan Superpole race saya hanya bisa berdoa yang terbaik dan semoga bisa dapat data di FP2 ini untuk persiapan kualifikasi dan Super Bowl Race 1. Saya akan berusaha untuk Indonesia dan tim saya akan memberi yang terbaik.
Terima kasih, Mobil. So essentially what he was saying is that they've gotten good data and he's hoping to be able to continue forward the form into the qualifying and the race later on. So for that, terima kasih, Mobil. Good luck for the race and qualifying later on.
We are on track once again here at Mandalika, and this is the second free practice session of the day for the TVS Asia One Mate. This is round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and a very interesting field. The field has been changing as the season has moved on, and it was a nice surprise to see wildcards such as Hiroki Ono joining once again. Hiroki Ono, who was so strong at the last round at Sugo, and indeed as he was last year at Sugo. He scored a first and a second last time out, or first in a DNF, I beg your pardon. So Hiroki Ono back, and he topped the first practice session this morning. So he's one of a number of experienced riders in here that are making this really interesting. Others of note are Ramdan Rosley. Let's see. Vorapong Malahuan, of course, the championship defending champion, championship leader, and project leader for this TVS Asia One Mate champion. Muzakir Mohammed also. So a nice mix of experienced riders among the young up-and-coming ones, like the impudent Indonesian Dekitiano Aldi, like Taiyo Sato, like Fugo Tanaka from Japan. So a really nice mix in here, and absolutely delighted to see on track the rider that Daniel was interviewing just a few minutes ago, Rusman Fadil from Papua. Definitely the first rider from Papua to come into ARRC at any point in its 27-year history.
Yeah, Rusman, he's a rider who looks really happy. He's just talking to him, he just seems so excited, so happy to be back. And yeah, I really look forward to seeing how he progresses throughout the weekend. I do want to mention, you were talking about Hiroki Ono, and yeah, what a talent he is. He's a well-experienced rider, has his own program in Japan as well. And yeah, he will bring color into this championship. He's already shown what he can do in Sugo, and now we're moving on into this round in Mandalika in Indonesia. And it's going to look really good. But for now, it looks like Ramdan, he really has the grip when it comes to this TVS Apache machines. He's been strong since the start, and once again here already you can see early on, first flying laps, and Ramdan, he's at the top, but Rusman Fadil, good job there in second.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, I think that in the opening round for Ramdan Rosley, he had 2 really bad pieces of luck, which is why he's down in 4th in the championship currently. And but since then, he's definitely the form rider. His last few races, he's looked really good. He picked up a win in Sugo. So Ramdan Rosley on form, but he's got the likes of championship defender Vorapong and Hiroki Ono to deal with. And as I said, the talented and determined Dekitiano Aldi, who's in his 2nd season in this class. And I think the adjective I used for him a little earlier as impudent describes the way that he's raced right from the off. At the very first round TVS Asia One Mate had in Sepang last year, he respectful, admires his project leader, and then fights like hell with him on the track. And that's a really great attitude.
Yeah, I truly love what Vorapong has done with well, somewhat almost his students in this category. Like, he's just been such a great leader, and everyone's learning from him well. And when they do battle, as you mentioned, like it's always clean, it's always very respectful, and that's what you want to see in racing. You want everyone to be understanding of the way each other rides. If this guy goes in, you don't go and try and make him go wide. You just do it cleanly enough so that it's a proper battle throughout the slipstreams. It's a very, very good championship to watch.
Yeah, and that kind of on-track approach is very characteristic of Vorapong himself. I think you can see, I would venture to suggest that his personal brand in the style of riding here, and it's clearly being drilled into the younger riders as a result. I mean, what he does when he's not with TVS is he teaches young riders back home in the north of Thailand. And Ramdan Rosley and Piawat just on your screen there. They're two of the more experienced riders in there. Piawat Patumyos, formerly a rider for Honda Racing Thailand. Ramdan Rosley we've seen in all kinds of racing classes. The Malaysian, who said has really come good, and charging offline there was the Thai Darren Pob Tongyoi. Looked promising at times. We've yet to see perhaps a really good result from him. That's Piawat going across the line there. He was on top a few laps ago, but currently the top spot is held by Ramdan Rosley, the number 10, from Muzakir Mohammed in number 11. That 10 and 11 combination really does look strong in this championship.
It does. You know, I still remember talking to Ramdan early on in the season when we started, asking him how it's like coming into this category. And the first thing that he was mentioning was that he's ridden superbikes all his life. So for him to come to what is technically a quadrilitre class almost, it's a challenge, but he seems to have adjusted perfectly with this. And yeah, you know, it's daring to say this, but I feel like if he didn't have those DNFs in Buriram, I think he would have been well in the lead, or at least really closing that gap.
Yeah, that's a convincing counterfactual, Daniel. I wouldn't want to disagree with that at all. However, it is what it is, and he's got a bit of catching up to do, but he's more than capable of it.
Yeah, I would say he brings us even greater racing now that he has to chase it.
Absolutely, yeah. The Filipino, Koen Chang, making a good early showing in this 20-minute session. Not quite halfway through yet. Right, so Ramdan Rosley just cruising there.
Now, Fugo Tanaka not doing a too bad of a job. He's in 6th at 149.083. Dakitiano, he's just gone up into 2nd at 147.6.
Yeah, and Ramdan just came into the pits then. I saw from the corner of the screen. Going through there was number 3, Fugo Tanaka. One of the up-and-comers out of this varied field. And that's Kewei Ahmed, number 4. Just gone through as well. He's been the best of the Indian riders this season. Another one of them, Jagan Kumar, a senior rider and well-established multiple Indian superbike champion and mentor of Kewei Ahmed, but Kewei Ahmed is definitely showing the way.
Yeah, Arshad Rushdi, he's just gone up into 3rd, so Arshad really finding the pace in this session. He's only 0.291 seconds behind Ramdan Rosley, so looking brighter this time around for the Singaporean rider.
Yeah, we've seen some really good flashes from Arshad over the last 2 seasons. This is, of course, his 2nd season here. Hiroki Ono hasn't shown us anything yet in this session, but he came through and recorded the fastest lap on the very last time around in free practice 1. Those 2 bikes on a hot one. Let's see who they are. Yep, that's Darren Pob, number 14, and Kewei Ahmed.
Yeah, Darren Pob seeming to struggle a bit in this session. He's we know he's a good talent. I think it's just not gelling with him yet. Maybe he's still understanding the track better, but someone who's definitely understanding the track better has just gone to the top. It's Vorapong, a 147.356. So he just pushes Ramdan down into 2nd. The gap between the pair of them, 0.053 seconds.
Yeah, given what an analytical and technical rider Vorapong is, I'm not surprised that this circuit would suit him. Because it is, as we've heard from more and more riders that you've interviewed and that we've been talking to around the paddock, this is such a technical track. You've got to get absolutely every corner right, and it's so easy to run wide on the exit to some of them. I think those are the traps you can fall into. And as you were quoting Kazma saying earlier, if you get one wrong, you might as well abort the lap.
Yeah. It's really one of those circuits where it has to be pinpoint perfection if you want to find the best time to the top. Coming out just now, I just saw the edge of the screen was Ramdan Rusli, so he's coming out for a second outing in practice 2. I thought for a second he might have an issue, so he might have just said that this might be the end of the session for him, but he's coming out, perhaps a bit of adjustment for him.
Probably see a bit more from him, and we will surely see something from Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki's still lapping in P14, 153 I believe is his timing, and it's not what we're expecting perhaps.
Well, he did 146.5 this morning, so not all is right there, unless he just wants to spring a surprise right at the end. He just went through your screen then, number 16, Hiroki Ono.
There we go, 146.683 from Hiroki Ono.
There we go. We know your game.
I think he was just taking in the sights. He was just looking at the beach, looking at the beautiful weather.
I think he heard Irfan Ardiansyah yesterday talking about how nice it is to have a look at the view while you're racing.
What a lap from Hiroki Ono as well. That was a very good lap. 0.481 seconds faster than Vorapong in second. There we go, number 16 from Japan.
Yep, there you see the quality of Hiroki Ono. So much international experience, raced in Europe for a lot of his career. Now, I think he's 31 or 32 years old.
Yeah, he's a well-experienced rider, and yeah, having him in this TVS Asia One-Mate Championship is just brilliant. We have more and more names, familiar names from all parts of the world. It's great to see him.
Absolutely right, and there's a rider that might do well to follow him, Fugo Tanaka, that he just passed. The young, promising Fugo Tanaka, podium scorer, multiple podium scorer in this championship, last season and this one. There's Vorapong, the number 1, carrying the number 1 plate with pride from Piawat. 2 ties running together, swooping there into turn 16.
Yeah.
And in they come, only 5 minutes remaining. These are short sessions for TVS Asia One-Mate. So Hiroki Ono, that's it. Maybe he's going to bank that time.
I'm just amazed at Hiroki Ono. Like, he spent most of the session way down in about 12th, 13th, 14th, and he was just seemingly just relaxing around in practice session and pulls out one amazing lap time, and now he's just gone back into the pits, and he might just call it the end of the practice 2 for him.
Yeah, whereas normal riders or struggling riders, like at least one of us sitting here, would gradually get faster and faster, gradually build a bit of confidence, and do it over a long period of time. But Hiroki Ono, no, just pulls the pin, gone.
Just fantastic. Back to the top, Piawat Patumios, he's gone up into second, so he's pushing Vorapong Malawan, who's gone back into the pit lane as well. He's in second now, 47.1.
Piawat, multiple pole positions he scored while he was racing in AP 250s. We know he's fast. And yesterday he told me that riding these was just the same as riding in AP 250s. And I just think it was a language problem because I don't believe it. I said, are you serious? It was one of those moments where I got too deep into the conversation. I said, well, if this is a 310 single, isn't it different in the cornering, in the braking? No, it's the same. But I think, honestly, I think it was a language issue.
Yeah, because I think if you ask anyone, they'll say that these TVS machines, torquey, they used to struggle going into the corners with all the engine braking, but similar enough that to translate AP250 riding into the TVS Apache machine.
They'll be using the same lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just amazing to see how much the TVS machines have improved since last season. It's such a great program.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's working in terms of sales as well for them.
It's Looking like all those who were in the pit boxes now, Hiroki Ono, Vorapong, and I think Deki as well wasn't. They've all just come out for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, these riders crossing the line now, led by Ramdan. Got two laps they can do before they have to call it a day. So Hiroki Ono from Piawak Platumios and Vorapong Malawan. Deki Tiano, half a second off the best time in 4th. Ramdan currently 5th. So it wouldn't be a total surprise to see him jump up.
Looks like Tayo Saito's on a really good lap. He's just set the fastest sector 2. He set a good sector 1, a good sector 3. So look out for number 12 of Tayo Saito. He might just jump up into the top 3 at any moment. Let's just see whether he's going to do
he's
that.
quick as well. He was injured in Sugo and almost in tears when discussing his absence with me from the race. So he'll be happy to be back.
Tayo Saito, he's just come across now, gone up to 4th, a 1:47.181. So good improvement there for the Japanese rider.
That's it, just half a second off the lead. And displacing the fastest Indonesian, which perhaps surprisingly is in 5th. It's not surprising that it's Deki Tiano Aldi, but it's surprising that he's down in 5th currently. Ramdan Rosli is behind Deki in 6th. And he's pushing, he's coming around turn 17 now.
It's a decent one as well coming in from Ramdan. Decent sector 2 and sector 3. And he goes up to the top, a 1:46.682 from Ramdan Rossi for a last minute push.
Nicely done, by 1,000th of a second. So that kind of underlines the quality and the competitiveness that we're seeing in this TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Hiroki Ono as well now, he's on the charge. So the gap between Ramdan and Hiroki Ono, 0.001 seconds at the top. And now Hiroki, he's on another fast lap, so look out for the Japanese rider.
So we saw drama right at the end of free practice 1 for TVS Asia One Make this morning. It could be that we're going to see it again now. See if we can pick up the number 16. Looking there at Deki Tiano, carrying the number 2. And Muzakir, who's also a little quiet. And there he goes. And the gap is not 1,000th, but it's 0.2 from Tayo Saito, who's jumped up above Ramdan Rosli. So good call, Daniel.
Amazing. The 2 Japanese riders didn't see Tayo Saito's lap coming in. Did not see that coming at all through the sector timings, but Hiroki Ono, we saw it coming. He goes up to the top, and what a drop from Tayo Saito. 2nd position, pushes Ramdan down into 3rd, pushes Piawat down into 4th.
And Vorapong, championship leader, into 5th.
Deki though, he's on a good lap. Good decent sector 1, good sector 2, very good sector 3. He comes across now, but it's not enough. I think sector 1 was a bit too slow for him, so he remains 6th.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a surprise for me. Deki in 6th, also a surprise Muzakir in 7th. Fugo Tanaka in 10th, also you'd have expected more from him. Keiwa Ahmed down in 14th. So drama at the top and a few question marks kind of below P5 really.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of riders who we expected to be at the top, not at the top, and out of nowhere we see Tayo Saito and Hiroki Ono just completely taking charge at the top.
So as the riders come in, Daniel will make his way down, getting some more steps in to talk to the fastest man in that session, Hiroki Ono. But fine performance there from the youngster Tayo Saito. Impressive for him. He scored a memorable podium in Buriram when he finished third. Ramdan Rosley, who I've been calling the form rider in this class, and I'm going to stick with that. In third that time out. So another really interesting session with everything to play for at the end. Another fabulous and different view over the Indian Ocean to enjoy there as the results come into the foreground. Hiroki Ono, fastest, 146.369. Taiyo Sato, 146.572. Second for the Japanese rider. So Japanese 1-2, third Ramdan Rosley, fourth Thailand's Piawat Patumyos, ahead of his countryman. Vorapong Malahuan was fifth. Deki Tiano Aldi, fastest Indonesian, in sixth. Seventh from Malaysia, Muzakir Mohammed. Eighth from Singapore, Arshad Rushdi. And in ninth, the Papuan, Rosman Fadil, with a 147.8. Fugo Tanaka down in 10th. 11th, Kuin Chang. 12th, Jagan Kumar. 13th, Darren Pop Tongyoi. 14th, KY Ahmed. Slow session for him. Chiran Vishwanath, another Indian rider, in 15th on a 150.983. So that's it for the TVS Asia 1 make for today. They will be back early tomorrow morning when they will have qualifying 1A and 1B based on combined free practice times. That will be kicking off at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is all about qualifying, and the free practice has been so gripping for TVS Asia 1 make. Set the alarm and don't miss that. That's 8 o'clock local time, which is GMT plus 8 hours. So another very short break for us. When we come back, we'll be with the AP 250s for their third free practice session of the day. That's coming up very soon. We did have a delay earlier, a red flag for a black dog, if you were with us at that moment, so that will be coming up very soon. We're just running a few minutes adrift on the schedule. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back. You're watching the first day of round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2023.
So Hiroki, ever since you've come into this TVS Asia 1 Make Championship, you've been a stellar rider, and I must say, for most of the practice session, you were very quiet, and out of nowhere, suddenly, we saw your name shoot up to the top. Can you talk us through about how it's been so far this weekend?
So first time, I'm rider first time here. So today the lap time, I don't know, good or no good. But anyway, tomorrow qualifying, I wanna keep a concentration. Also, I make a 40 for sure.
All right, so we know that you've had a long history of riding many different bikes. How different has this TVS Apache machine be compared to anything else you've ridden?
So, you know, this is one bike category, so just important rider skill. You know, I make some small win, also I push every lap.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck for the race this weekend.
We are back on track at Mandalika with the AP 250 free practice 3. The big swollen field by several wildcards for this Indonesian round. We're here on the paradise island of Lombok with the Indian Ocean lapping on the southern shores of the island, just a few hundred meters away from where we're sitting. And we've had a perfect day of weather, meaning blue skies and not too much wind coming off the sea. We've had some good battles in qualifying. A lot of questions have been asked yet but not answered. And this is the last session of the day for the AP 250s. Fastest rider so far has been Herjan Atna Firdaus for Astra Honda. There's no surprise there. But behind that there was a lot of tussle and a really good variety of bikes taking time at the top of the timing screen in free practice 1 and 2 earlier. The fastest Yamaha, as he often is, was Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Ferozi Torakatula, who was second this morning, and behind him Muqtada Sarapurch. Not much of a surprise to see her in that strong position, although she was languishing for most of it and just pulled out a fast lap at the end. Wayu Nugroho went well all the way through free practice so far today, as did the exciting young 16-year-old Aldi Satya Mahendra, also for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So all three of those official Yamaha Indonesian machines in the top 5. Cal Vietnam was 6th in free practice 2, so very good outing from him as well.
Yeah, Muqtada, you mentioned she was seemingly struggling slightly in the early portions of the practice 2, but towards the end she really found her stride and yeah, shot up to the top. So this is going to be a very interesting session. This is more or less well, it's slightly closer to the race time. It's a bit later than it will be on Sunday, especially. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare in these conditions. It's a bit cooler out there right now. Track temperatures will have reduced, so we can expect them to be trying some new setups. Just a final tweak before we head into tomorrow's important, very important sessions for qualifying and in race 1.
Yeah, agree, Daniel. This will be an intriguing session. The first 2 were as well, as many of these riders find their way around for the first time. There's the very quick Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Behind him, I think, is no, that's not Irfan. That's not Dar. That's one of the other Manual Tech Motor riders. And there is number 36, familiar sight of him leading bikes around. In this case, he's leading Irfan and Aiki Iyoshi. So Ferozi and the 2 very quick Kawasaki's of Irfan Ardiansyah and Aiki Iyoshi.
One thing about Aldi Satya, who's just gone up in second, even though he's not constantly had the fastest time in each session, but he's been there. And I feel like this could be a tactic from him. He knows that he can fight at the front, so maybe he's just reserving the bike, reserving his energy, because he knows that in his racecraft, he is someone who can really take charge, and we've seen it already in World Superbike, World Super Sports. He's proved that. So I really think he's going to be a real target to watch. He just looks so confident. He looks very calm. He looks always happy. I think with this consistency, he can definitely be happy.
Yeah, that calmness and happiness, especially, you know, that maturity for somebody as young as he is, just shows, as as I said earlier, he's been touched with the special brush, I do believe, Aldi Satcher, and that you know, that World Championship experience is another thing that will just raise his game a bit more.
Herjun now, he's just gone up at the top. Very familiar sight, number 46 from the Astra Honda Garage, 148.358.
Just a few hundreds behind him. His senior teammate, you have to say, leading the championship, Reza Danica. He's the almost veteran rider of the team. Silent boy, as they call him, Reza Danica, a rider who definitely lets his does his talking on the track. And he's just jumped up to number 1. So good response from Reza. We know his quality. Herjun Atner came in to this series beginning of last season, got faster and faster, and became one of the very best riders towards the end of the season, and carried that form into 2023. And so he's sitting in 3rd. He's had 1 DNF, the only DNF that any of these 3 Astra Hondas have had between them. We should also mention that Vida Ega Pratama has been replaced by Kiandra, the 14-year-old, for this race. So Vida Ega, currently sitting 2nd in the championship, will not be able to better his scores. But Astra Honda, of course, they have a plan, and because Vida Ega is the class rookie this season, I would be pretty sure that they're planning to launch him like a rocket, like they did with Herjun this year.
Yeah, Vida, he's really quite the rider. I think he has been the upcoming star for this championship. And yeah, to be that strong already early on, I mean, of course, some could say it's the Astra Honda racing team, but even then, to be that young, to be that determined, and to be fighting at the top with teammates such as Herjun and Reza, he's just a fantastic talent.
Yeah, and the East NJT Honda of Watcherin Timon has moved up into P4, just ahead of Aldi Satcher. So good work by the privateer, Watcherin, a former official Honda Racing Thailand rider, who may have been here on for the Asia Talent Cup. I'm not totally sure about that, but he was a regular in that series. As the times continue to tumble, Aldi's just moved up into 3rd, and Ray Ratakuri, welcome back Ray Ratakuri, has jumped up into P4, number 222.
Ray has been impressive this weekend so far. He's really showing his strides, and yeah, 4th place right now, 148.270, so that puts him 1.1 seconds away from Reza and co. It's not bad at all. It's really looking exciting this weekend. We've got so many riders who have been improving throughout this season, and yeah, I mean, besides Ray Ratakuri coming back, we've got Watcherin Timon, who's up in 6th, Wahyu Nugroho in 7th, Kau Vietnam, he's in 8th, and that pushes Aiki Yoshi down in 9th. Before this, he was more or less the best of the rest as well. He was just behind the fighting group, but now we have more riders who have just improved further and further.
And you keep looking down the order, Daniel, and you see more and more quality. Tanat Longpliao, a really promising rookie for Honda Racing Thailand, in 10th. Irfan Ardiansya in 11th.
Mohamed Farouzi down in 13th.
Exactly, yeah. Normally the fastest Yamaha in this class. Farouzi just bettered a little bit, up into 13th. Felix Putra, he's in 16th, teammate of Ray Ratakuri. I don't know the background of that relationship, but this is very much a case of the young rider and the master, as we were discussing in free practice 2, coming together.
Yeah, Felix is a very popular rider around these parts. He's done a lot of championships locally, done the Mandalika as well, Mandalika Championship. So it's perhaps something just not gelling with him yet in this Friday sessions that we've had. Because with his experience around you would expect him to be a bit higher up the order, but still another opportunity tomorrow, and of course in the race day, anything can happen. So we'll keep an eye out for Felix and see how he progresses.
Yeah, another Yamaha rider to watch. We just saw on our screen was Wayu Nugroho, who topped the timing screens earlier today. We're looking at Felix there, number 306. Just ahead, I think that's Muklada from the drone shot. Who's giving that signal. You're never sure whether that's a friendly follow me and I'll show you the way around, or get out of my way or I'm going to knock your block off.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell which one that was, you know. If only we could see the faces and hear some stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
And Muklada, she's looking on a real charge. It's great to see Muklada back in this championship. We were missing her for quite a while, and having her back, this is just brilliant.
Yeah, she gained some great experience racing 600s really quite successfully in the All Japan series. She's racing 600s again in the Buriram Circuit Series, and won last weekend indeed.
Now looking around, we've got Mama Farouzi, who was around 13th just now. He's just gone up into second, so Farouzi representing the Yamaha strong and well. Up there in second position, Aldi Satya knocked down into 5th, while Nugroho right on him in 6th.
Yeah, we just hope that Farouzi can maintain his pace over a race distance, because there have been question marks over that for whatever reason, whether it's the durability of the tyres, the bike, whatever it is. But Farouzi, we often see him fast, and we will him on because we want to see a variety of bikes at the front here. But at the moment, it's Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha, 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 Honda, 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 Kawasaki. So we have a nice little variety there.
It's a very different top 6 than what we've seen earlier in this season.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this is exciting. We've got most of the riders back into pit lane now. We're just gonna have that debrief, and they will go out for the final bit of practice 3. Temperatures will be coming down, and it'll be interesting to see how these riders change the setups and try to improve the time in the remaining time.
So look at that. Eyes on the timing screen for now. And there is Silent Boy sitting silently. I think he's actually a really likable guy.
Yeah, he really is.
There's a touch of Danny Pedrosa about him, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Having a chat with him off the track and stuff, he's always he's a nice guy to talk to, but when he's in his pit box, he's just in the zone. He's not animated like we see most other riders are. He's just so laser focused.
That's it. And the number 50 we just saw on your screen there was Kevin Samarkinto. There he is, just in front of one of the Boonshu Hondas. Can't quite see what that one is. Oh, that's the number 19. So that is Idlan Hakimi. And off he goes for a little excursion. But back on with Kevin Samarkinto. Kevin was 17th earlier with a best lap of 150.4. And in this session, 147.1 is the target. So plenty of work to do for the Indian debutant in this series. He's raced here in the Asia Talent Cup as well. There's Chihiro Ishii, SDG Hark Pro's Seoul 250 rider and stablemate of none other than Haruki Noguchi. She looked aggressive in Suga, building confidence a little bit. No change this time around, but it's Razor from Farouzi, Urjan, Ray Ratakuri, Aldi Sacho and Wayu Nugroho. And several of the riders, including all the top 7, currently in the pits. Cal Vietnam, another decent outing for him. Just getting on and doing the job as he does.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kevin Summer can tell, even though some people feel that, you know, maybe the Honda Racing India, they're a bit lower down the order than most would imagine, but to see where they've come from, before this they were barely near scoring positions, point scoring positions, but now you have Kevin Summer who's just testing into those top 15s, and we've seen this with Cal Vietnam and the Honda Racing Vietnam, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how Honda Racing India improve their whole system, and I think next season they will definitely be starting to do what we've seen with Cal Vietnam, get into those top 10 positions, into the higher scoring points.
Yeah, it's a good point. And the other parallel, as you can see, they're getting support from Honda Japan, the rider coaching, the technician they've got in the garage now, which I do think was needed. And there we go. That's a helmet design, isn't it? My goodness.
It's really eye-catching and iconic.
If he swam on his back in the ocean here wearing that, nobody would notice him with a blue suit and a big teeth. Probably give him a wide berth. So there is one of the East NJT team, those distinctive purpley pink and white bikes. That's the number 54 or 94. Anyway, they've got 3 bikes in this class. 25 is Watcherintup Timon, and I think that's probably Warwick behind him. They're both pretty tall riders, those two. They disguise it well when they're on the bike. And he's chasing Cal Vietnam, so that's just an interesting little combination to watch for a while, given the quality we know of both these riders.
I'm just so impressed by Cal Vietnam. He's on the last lap he improved again. He went up into 6th place, 148.583. So the gap between Cal Vietnam and the top, 1.434 seconds. Now again, I'm comparing to previous seasons. They were struggling, and now look at this. He's close into the top 5. It's really looking great for the Honda Racing Vietnam program.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And a good championship position thanks to his consistent finishing. It's not just about his speed. He's got the consistency as well. Real quality rider. And there is Shahiri for STG. Rounding that long spoon of a corner. Having a look around before she tips onto the home straight through turn 17. Still having a look around. I'm not quite sure what she's looking for. She put her foot out to signal something to her crew as she went past the pit wall. Anyway, she starts another lap. So Chihiro Ishii picked up points in 2 races so far this season. Including 4 points last time out at Sugo, where she did look more aggressive on the bike. So I think her confidence building. One of 4, I think, female riders in this class. Led in every sense by Mukhladar, of course, who for now has slipped down to 9th. There's some really high quality riders just below her, like Aiki Oshii and her teammate Tanat, and Sniper Manual Tech's Irfan. There is 149 on the screen. It's not a number I'm familiar with, so let me check. Great to see more wildcards coming through. That is the extra Thai Honda rider. That's Kiatisak Singapong. And I don't know if you saw it then, but he was he went off the track and took the escape route back on, and you could see a lot of dust coming off the tyres, and that does show you, if you get off the racing line here, the track grip just disappears. You're basically either on nice grippy tarmac or you're on ice, and you can see in this light now exactly what I was talking about. So staying with Kiatisak with 7 minutes left. Most of the leading lights are in the pits. Reza Danica still sits on top from Ferozi Torakatula, from his teammate Urjan and Ray Ratakuri, within half a second of Reza Danica's time. On your screen now is the number 95 machine. Which we haven't seen yet in this session, but that is Ni Tian. There he is for Victor Racing Yamaha. The only Chinese rider here, and very welcome. He'll be feeling at home next time we take to the track when we go to Zhuhai in China. This is the first visit to Indonesia since 2018, and it will be the first visit to China since 2019. Nichan out on track now. Earlier today, let's check his time. Yep. And Daniel is down in pit lane, so let's go and see who he's going to be talking to.
So we're down here at Honda Racing Thailand with none other than Nakarin. So Nakarin, you were 7th in practice 1, but 3rd in practice 2. So it's looking good, but do you think you can improve further in practice 3 later?
Yeah, my feeling is more better every section. I will try to make improve lap time. Also, average lap time is good because for tomorrow we have less, but yeah, this is important.
Do you think it's tougher having qualifying and racing tomorrow, whether or not the setup is found today, or will it be a struggle for tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe in the beginning I will try to attack for best lap time. And then we're thinking what we shoot, the sitting bike. So I must to finish my idea today and make confident.
And last but not least, which part of the circuit do you like the most here?
I like last sector. It look like somewhere like Argentina or yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Nakarin. Good luck for the practice and for qualifying tomorrow.
Nice interview there with one of the more engaging characters in the paddock, Nakarin Tirapuvapat, enjoying himself here. He knows he has a really serious job to do, which, as he said to me yesterday, was to get race wins to overhaul the lead that in the 600 class Paralid Pawi is currently holding. However, we are back now with the AP250s. There are just less than 4 minutes remaining in this third and final practice session of the day for the 250s. No change in the order while we were away listening to Nakarin, which means that we've got the Astra Honda of Reza Danica at the top, from the Yamaha of Ferozi Torakatula, Honda of Urjan, Ray Ratakuri coming in as a wild card, and a very welcome one in 4th, running for his own team. And just looking out on track now as the minutes tick away, there's a lot of riders running wide and waiting for space on the track to either to get a slipstream or more likely just to get some space to put in a hot lap and to practice their lines, because you really need, especially in the first sector, to get everything absolutely right. At the back of that group there is Warwick Tong Noplakun for East NJT. He's tagging on the back of this group. He's got Felix Putra just ahead of him, Ray Ratakuri's teammate for this weekend. And he's got 2 Kawasaki's ahead of him, but they've run off. So nothing much going on with this group in terms of intent on a lap time. So crossing the line now, that was, let's just have a look. There is Cao Vietnam, number 65. He's got Herjan Atner just in front of him. And just in front of him is Kiandra Ramadipa in for Astra Honda this weekend, the 14-year-old. So as we often see, perhaps getting a little tow from his teammate, or in this case a little push from Herjan Atner, who's behind Kiandra right now. Cao Vietnam behind them. All those riders on the latest 2023 version of the CBR 250 RR. Little misunderstanding there, and Cao Vietnam ran off. A little exchange with the Yamaha rider just next to him at that point. No, I beg your pardon, that was Herjan that ran off. Cao Vietnam still chasing Kiandra, and looking like he's going to try and get past. He's got Kitty Sack, the rider in for this race for Honda Racing Thailand, mixing in with them, and Ray Ratakuri is there as well. So a lot of young riders on the track being threatened just behind by Ray Ratakuri. Another lap complete. They'll, next time they come around, the checkered flag will be out, so this is the last time around. And it's Ramdipa, sorry, Cao Vietnam leading Ramdipa, number 149 there, Kiati Sak. And they've got Ray Ratakuri right in the middle of those 3 Hondas. Order changing slightly. Kiatisak having a good look at the back of Ray Ratakuri's Yamaha. Just ahead of him, Kiandra, the 14-year-old, leads the way with this group. Cao Vietnam has dropped out of that particular group. The checkered flag is out. So this is the last time around, so let's look for riders that might be on a quick lap. So yeah, Kiati Sak is one of them, putting in some decent sector times. Ray Ratakuri pushing him hard. So you've got an Indonesian Honda, Indonesian Yamaha, and a Thai Honda. And that's Aldi Sacher who's got amongst them as well. So they flash across the line for the last time. No change at the top. Kiandra remains in 11th, 1.6 seconds behind the best time of his senior teammate and championship leader, Reza Danica Arens. Ferozi Torakatula the best Yamaha and second place in that session. So the pit crews walk back to the boxes. You can see a little wind coming up there, and the photographers perching on the hills looking for some good angles with the sea, the Indian Ocean at their back. The question is whether the wind you can see straightening out those flags will have an effect for the final 3 practice sessions for the Super Sport and ASB 1000s that we still have to come. They look like, at least one of them looks like an official Yamaha photographer. Anyway, let's look at the results now. Reza Danica RN's championship leader and leader of this session on 147.149. He was 0.4 of a second clear of Ferozi Torakatula, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Herjan Atna was third, Aldi Sacha Mahendra in fourth, Ray Rasakuri, wildcard, welcome back wildcard, in fifth, sixth, the newcomer Kiatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand, Cao Vietnam, another good session for him, in seventh, Mukladar finished down in eighth. So as we roll on to the next page, in ninth is Wayu Nugroho, another Yamaha Racing Indonesia rider, and Watcherin Tubtimon for East NJT privateer, number 25 in 10th. 11th was Kiandra Ramantipa in for Veda Agate Pratama this weekend. Aiki Yoshi in 12th for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Tanat Longpliao, Honda Racing Thailand in 13th. Irfan Ardianshia for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Quiet session for him in 14th. 15th, Idlan Hakimi for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda Racing Team in 15th. And there's more, because in 16th it was Kevin Quintal for Honda Racing India. In 17th, Felix Putramulya, Ray Ratakuri's teammate for Yamaha AMS RRS. Warit Tongnopakun for East NJT was 18th. 19th, Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. So both those Bunsu Hondas struggling a bit in that session. STG Hawk Pro's Chihiro Ishii was 20th. 21st was Liu Chun Mei on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki, and Nitian for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha was 22nd. 23rd, Leong Nang Zhe, Chinese rider also for Victor Racing. Nguyen Duc Tan was 24th. 25th, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India. And Panchapon Jurong Dikun for East NJT was 26th. Alif Adamsia, there was no time for him in this 27 bike field for the AP250s. We're going to go down to Daniel now.
Where the pink bike in AP250 class was, it is none other than the hands of Alif Adiamshah. So unfortunately for Alif, the bike had an issue right on the first opening lap of his session. So we're going to talk to him right now. So Alif, Alif punya motor ada warna yang unik dari lain. Apa boleh ceritakan bagaimana perasaan anda untuk kembali dalam kategori AP250?
Ya, sangat senang sekali bisa kembali balap lagi di seri Mandalika ini. Ya semoga hasilnya lebih baik daripada seri sebelumnya.
So sebelum ni Alif pernah masuk wildcard di Sepang pada round 2. Ada target tak untuk minggu ini pula di Mandalika?
Ya target minggu ini kira-kira top 10 dan tergantung hasil KTT. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alif. So basically, what was asked and said was he was a wildcard rider in round 2 in Sepang, and he's come back now here in Mandalika, and he said that his target is to make it into the top 10 and try and improve further and further. So with that all said, thank you so much, Alif. Good luck for this race weekend.
Welcome back to the tropical paradise. That is Mandalika International Circuit on the southern shores of Lombok Island, just off the island of Bali, and not far away from the main Java island. But it's absolutely gorgeous here. The weather is as good as it looks. It's warm, pleasant, a little breeze, not too much of a breeze, we think, to affect what's going on track. But we've had perfect conditions for the free practice Friday, which is today. This is the penultimate session for Supersport 600s. Story so far is that the fastest rider of the day, if you had to take a guess, you'd probably get it right, was Karel Idampawi, who recorded a best time of 1:38.985. So very much looking for benchmarks in terms of lap times, and that's the quickest one that's been put down yet. So in other words, if you're looking around about the 1:39s, then you should be competitive. Azroy Anouar's been quick as well all day. On your screen there is the welcome returner, which is Ibrahim Noureddin in different colours to what we're used to seeing him in. But he's in for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, tells me, for the remainder of the season, which is great because he will shake things up. Not in championship contention, having missed half a season, but he will definitely put himself on the podium over the next 6 races or 3 rounds. You can be sure of that. And he's really excited to be back. As if we didn't need more quality there. And talking about quality, just behind him is the 2022 AP250 champion, Andy Fadley. They just run off wide. So as the riders start to get their iron for this 3rd practice session of the day. We're back with Ibrahim. It is really difficult, and as Casper Daniel, Superbike rider, said to our Daniel earlier in the day, the circuit is so technical that if you get one of these corners wrong, especially in sector 1, as Andy Fadley and Ibrahim get very close, which is what can happen when you're running a little bit too slowly. Concentration goes. We've seen race direction warnings earlier in the day, not for this class, but for 250s, to move along, please. There goes Ibrahim, followed by Andy Fadley. Good choice of rider to follow. Andy Fadley, we're waiting for him to really show what he can do on the 600. This is his 4th round as a Supersport 600 rider. And he's making progress, but somewhat slower than a lot of us would have expected, and me in particular. I'll hold my hand up for that. In these very early stages, it's Helmi Asman who's been quick all day, who is 2nd. He's 4th in the previous session with a best time of 1:39.5, but throughout the sessions, all sessions has been showing really good pace. He's running there with, let's see, Azroy. Almost like twin brothers, these two. Really quick, really competitive. Great company to be with off track. And they race hard but clean, which is what we love. Karel Idampawi moving up to challenge Helmi Asman. It's clear from what Helmi said in the pre-race press conference yesterday that he feels he needs to gain the upper hand over Karel Idampawi somehow. Carlo Dempaui appears to have other ideas. So he's just 72 hundredths of a second slower in these early stages. And Nakarin, another rider looking to make a point, moved up to third and then back to fourth as Adananta Putra from Astra Honda made his presence felt. Very close to the top, so splitting the top four is just 0.128 of a second. And that's what you can expect in qualifying. That's what you can expect in the racing too. This is a very closely fought class with lots of really good quality riders. And it's so good to see Ibrahim Noureddin having joined them.
The way Kip is riding as well as Helmi, they like to slide the rear a lot. That's always been their riding style. And you know, Kasma was saying that, you know, when you slide that much, it's so easy to make a mistake here and it puts you off the line completely. But Kip just does it so poetically. And look at that. Goes up straight to the top, 138.626. Puts him 0.694 seconds ahead of Helmi Asman.
And that is the fastest time of the day. Very early in this session. So Kip once again puts down another marker. So really, if you want to be a good pace, you're going to have to be aiming at 139. And he's opened up the gap between that top three to almost 0.8 of a second. Kip is 0.7 ahead of Helmi, who's 0.1 ahead of Adananta. Nakarin just behind him.
Helmi's on the flying one as well. Kip's doing similar to what he's done. But Helmi's looking to improve, but it's not going to be close enough by the looks of it to what Kip is doing. For now they come around to this long left-hand and look at Kip's bike. The rear just sliding out, and he likes to go on the red and white parts. As opposed to what most of the others are trying to do, we just stay away from it. He can just ride over them, and he just almost glides over it. Look at that. He just touches it, but does it enough so that he gets his advantage and he can just keep on moving forward.
Yeah, the rumbles here are pretty rumbly, you have to say. They do jut out quite a lot. So you need a lot of confidence to do that. Another lap down. As Roy moves up into second, he gets within 0.366 of Kip and pushes Helmi down to third. So it's all about Honda, the top five here, from Kip to Nakarin, currently in fifth. There's 0.8 of a second. And then there's a gap of another 0.6 down to Galang Hendra, who's the fastest of the Yamahas. And he's just a few hundredths quicker than Ratapong Willarot for Yamaha Thailand racing team. Kito Abe, who's been quiet all day, very much fancied rider coming into this round after his breakthrough performances in Sugo, is down in 9th. He finished the last session in 10th with the best time of 140. So I don't think we've seen him below 140 yet. No, we haven't.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Galang Hendra, this is much better for him. He was struggling to get into the top 10 for most of the season, and he's just come off an unlucky World Super Sport round, but he was fast there, and he's bringing that pace here. He's done a 139.571, so it's closer now to the top for Galang, just under a second away from Kip's timing.
Yeah, and another really good quality rider, another Japanese rider, Soichiro Minamoto. 10 minutes into the session, this is his first mention from us in 8th. Almost a second adrift of Kip's time. And there is Ratapong, I think.
Yeah, he looks a bit lost. I think they're just fixing up the bike and he's just wondering, everyone's improving. Now he's got to try and catch up. Kito Abe, just as we were looking at, Ratapong has improved up into the 139, so he's finally down below a 140. But yeah, Soichiro, he's been doing a good job. He's there on screen now. He's going back into the pit box.
Yep, so the top 9 now below 140.
Azroy has closed the gap as well between himself and Kip at 138.853 on the last lap, so good job from Azroy there.
Yeah, just chiseled another 10th of a second out there.
But these 3 INDONESIA riders are just unbelievable this season. The trio of them have just been so dominant. And they're just the 3 of them all being able to contest for the win. It's just a fantastic outfit. It's just amazing to watch.
Yeah, something that this team do in 600. It's something that Astra Honda do in 250s. Really impressive teamwork, really great management. Of course, you need the talent to work with, and they've certainly got that. Panasonic Kausonti for Honda Racing Thailand up into 6th. That's his best showing so far.
It's another puncture there, and this time for Azroy.
That's really surprising, because punctures are so rare. So something going on here.
Because Azroy had tire issues as well earlier on. When he came back into pit box, the tire was bubbling on the right side. And he's got this issue now where it's just completely punctured. So thankfully he's managed to stay on. No idea how exactly it happened.
Who had the puncture earlier? I'm struggling to remember.
Yeah,
was
same
it,
as...
Was it Kip?
I think it was Kip, yeah. So it's another INDONESIA with a puncture. And this is the second time that Azroy has had issues with the tire. We didn't really capture it well, but right as he came into pit, everyone noticed that the tire had blisters all over the right side. So INDONESIA Honda having to see what's going on, what they're doing that's affecting the tires this much.
Well, there is Kip taking a well-deserved break as we approach the halfway point. Let's have another look here, because the rear tyre going does give you these moments. He saved it, immediately realised what it was, put a hand up as the pro that he is.
It's lucky that he saved it the way that he did as well.
Yeah, it's real, as you'd expect from Azroy. He's such a quality rider, really good presence of mind.
So much quality, he's decided to go dirt bike riding.
Absolutely. Must feel like it with that thing banging around at the back.
Yeah.
So Kip at the top. Azroy, who has been threatening him, won't be threatening him until he gets a new rear tyre fitted.
Yeah, that would be a big dent in the INDONESIA pit as well, because if that was a new set that they've put on for this practice 3 session, that's one set gone for the rear at least. So it's whether or not they probably use a tire from a previous session, or they just decide not to use any more tires for Azroy.
Yeah. You can speculate. There's one of the Thai Hondas there coming in. It's the red, white, and the yellow flash on the back as a giveaway. That's Nakarin coming in, currently sitting 4th. 139.258, so 0.6 of a second down on Kip's time. There's Kito Abe, still down in 9th. He hasn't unlocked the secret of Mandalika yet.
Yeah, he was impressive in the first half of the season, but coming here, he's just seeming to struggle a bit more. That was the first lap that he's done below 140, so a bit more to be found for Kito Abe.
Yeah, you see how riders adapt to circuits. Some are really quick. I don't know enough about Kito Abe to know what his record is on that.
Yeah, here's Ratapong. He's come out after quite a long stint in pit lane. We saw him just watching on as everyone was pushing on track. So he'll have a quiet ride out on track now. It's just him, Panasonic Kausanti, and I think Ray Matsuoka who are out on track currently. It's an animated Ibrahim Nordin there, who's come in as a wild card. We've seen him previously. He had a victory back in 2019, I believe it was, in the Bend. So he's someone who does not lack quality. He was previously under the SIC racing team.
Yeah. Oh, we know his quality, and it's fantastic in a class that was already packed with superb riders. We've got another one back in now, and you can tell from talking to him that he's absolutely made up to be back in this class. This could be a useful time for Ratapong Willerot on track. I hear he was having either a new or reconditioned engine for this round. We haven't seen the evidence yet. He's 1.5 seconds adrift of Kip at the moment. But again, a good technical rider. If you can just have this quiet time alone on this highly technical circuit, might do him good.
It is a beautiful moment for a rider when they're just out on circuit without anything to disturb them. It's almost like going on a date. Just quality private time for him. He'll get to understand the bike better. He'll get to understand the turns easier.
Yeah, that's an interesting simile, Daniel. I'm still processing that. A date with your bike, maybe, yeah.
Well, a lot of them do regard their bikes as their girlfriends, so... So for now, it's just Ratapong out on track, Ray Matsuoka somewhere along as well, and Panasonic Kausanti. Panasonic doing a decent job there in 6th.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
0.8 seconds.
This is as good as we've seen him this season. Soichiro Minamoto, we know there's more to come from him, potentially.
Yeah, Soichiro, he's a rider on the rise in this championship. He's always looked confident. Every time you talk with him, he just looks like he's very realistic, and he just has belief in him that every step that he takes, he will find something.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For psychological profiling, I would absolutely get that. He's got a real inner confidence.
That helmet as well is really nice design.
Yeah, that's a badass helmet as well. Looking further down the order then, Soichiro Minamoto, he wants to improve from 8th. He's currently a second off Kip's time. He's just ahead of his compatriot, Kito Abe. So they're in 8th and 9th and looking to improve. Ratapong in 10th, looking to improve. And we've got the wild card, Fadila Arbi Aditima, just behind him. Ibrahim, who had an animated pit stop earlier, down in 12th.
Another one right under Ibrahim is Andy Muhammad Fadli, who looked a bit more looked a bit better in practice too. Perhaps they tried something that's just not sitting well with Andy, so they will have this remaining 10 minutes to try and see if some adjustments might help him. It is, of course, his first season into the 600, so a little bit more adapting to be done for Andy.
Yeah, I was saying a little earlier when you went downstairs, I would personally have expected to see faster progress from Andy. You know, we don't know really what's going on deep inside, do we, in the pit or in the mind of the rider? But we're back now for a while with Ratapong, another rider who needs to break that 140 mark. Really, to have a good race pace, you're going to have to be close to 139. But he's still on a nice relaxing date, Daniel.
He is. He's just he's not had anyone to disturb him at all, and I guess
he just made a wrong move, and
date's over.
Date's over. That's it. Yeah, let's move on from that simile.
Here's Soichiro now. He's on a 139.617 so far. he can find about 0.1, 0.2 of a second, he will push up into the top 6. So he's not far at all.
Yeah. I don't think this lap's going to be much of an improvement, just looking at the sectors.
Yeah, it's a decent first sector, but not fast enough, I think.
Let's just see who he's got behind him. As he comes, as Soichiro really trying to wind things up. It's almost 9 minutes remaining in this session. The next session out for the 600s will of course be qualifying tomorrow morning, so a lot of pride at stake, a lot of points to prove, and a lot of learning to do. Soichiro Minamoto, the latest to run off. Again, probably showing you just how difficult this track is. And I was saying earlier, because of the way that the track flows and the way that the curbs and the runoff areas are painted, it is possible that you could get disorientated. And I'm sure I've seen a couple of riders come up and have a look around just to check where they were. So highly technical track, high levels of concentration needed. And we ride there with Soichiro Minamoto. Currently 8th, best time, he's in the 139s, 139.6. Just ahead of his fellow countryman, Kito Abe. Another rider who has surely got more left in him than we've seen so far today, in 1 hour and 23 minutes on track that we've seen for these Supersport 600s. Astra Honda's Adinata Putra is in 6th, 139.4. The times are fairly tight. There's 1 second from Kip down to Abe in 9th. Let's take a look here. We're with Kito Abe's pit. He's taking a seat with 6.5 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, Soichiro out on track, putting the work in, putting the laps in. Reasonable pace from him. Another lap complete. Not a quick one. That was a 140. And Ibrahim Noureddin down in 13th with a best time of 140.342. Best time earlier was 139.8. And we know what Ibrahim is capable of anyway. Carolina Powie in the pits, Panasorn in the pits, just looking at out of the top 10 who is there. It's saying that Ratapong is out. I'm not sure what that means, whether he's gone off the circuit. This is another good lap. Possibly a little bit quicker this time for Soichiro, as he sweeps into turn 16. I think we're about to go down to Daniel in pit lane. Minamoto comes up to get around the last turn, turn 17, blasting out onto the track to cross the line one more time. And he's still a second off his best time. And we're going to go down to Daniel once again.
So we're down here at the pit box with none other than number 83, Lachlan Epis. So it's been a tough practice 1 and a practice 2 for you this weekend so far. Could you tell us a bit about what happened in the second practice session?
Yeah, unfortunately we're just having an electrical gremlin. So the ECU is just completely disconnecting from the bike. So we had the same in FP1, same in FP2, which obviously when it's a brand new track time is the most important thing, and not getting much of it's a bit frustrating. But we've changed the whole ECU, so we hope now that we can get a good FP3 behind us.
So you've been racing previously in the Australian Championship. Would you say that there are any circuits that are similar to Mandalika by any chance that you can take some data forward?
Yeah, I mean every track is a combination of other tracks. You know, for me, like I've ridden World Championships, so the Fast 3 rides reminds me a lot of Qatar in that aspect, and it's obviously a wide track, it's a World Championship level track, and so it compares to a lot of tracks, and obviously those still new, it's a bit dirty, so it's hard to understand, just we need more track time.
And being the sole representative for the Aussie riders this round without Anthony West, do you have any message here for the Aussie fans watching?
Aussie fans, you know where to watch. Please watch, please support, and it's really appreciated.
Thank you so much, Lachlan. Good luck for this weekend.
Short to the point and effective message there to fans in Australia. Stay with us throughout this weekend for round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are still with the Supersport 600s and with an eye on Helmi Asman, sitting in P3, about to complete another lap. Good pace in the mid 139s. Good pace from Helmi, it won't lift him up the order. But the pace is what matters. And we haven't seen Azroy out on track since he had that flat tyre. Let's just keep an eye on the sector times for Helmi. We're now with one of the wild cards, Japanese rider riding for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Rei Matsuoka, number 49. Best lap so far, 140.3 for him, which puts him in 13th on the timing screen. But with just 1 minute and a half remaining on the clock, Rei Matsuoka will get this lap done and he'll cross the line before the checkered flag comes out. So he'll get this lap plus one more to lift himself up. Let's see if anybody else is on a quick lap. Not particularly. Nakarin is on a slow one. Ibrahim Noureddin has moved himself up into P4 with a 139.254. So Ibrahim has found what he needed and corrected whatever was ailing him earlier in the session. So good news for him. That will put him in the right frame of mind for qualifying tomorrow morning. There's Rei Matsuoka. Good to see Yamaha Racing Indonesia bringing foreign riders in, mixing it up a bit. 30 seconds until the checkered flag comes out. Rei Matsuoka, good look at him. And switching now back to, is that Adinata Putra? That is Adinata Putra, the second of the two Astra Hondas there. He's chasing the wild card, Fadila Abi Aditama, running number 93 for this weekend. Good to see Astra with two bikes in this class. And behind them, I think I saw the blue lurking figure of Ratapong Willarot. Can't see from this angle, but let's watch these two Hondas running in unison around here. Fadilla followed by Adenanta. Adenanta getting close. His teammate runs wide. Adenanta sweeps underneath, and they just about touch. That's not how they normally do it in Astra Honda. So perhaps a little learning to do for Fadilla, the wild card in this time around. That's the last time around for them. That wasn't a fast lap for either of them. So it does look like, once again, Karel Idenpaui has finished on top of the session. He had a quiet one this morning in free practice 1. Just to check, Kip had a few problems and finished in 10th, but he's topped session 2 and he's topped session 3 now as well. Good to see some spectators around the place already. I'd like to see where that is in relation to the circuit. It's a little barren up there. Unlike this shot we've got now, that will make a nice backdrop for the official results, and here they are. Karel Idenpaui once again tops the timing screens, brings the time down again, 1:38.626 to head that session from Azrai Anwar, who had his session cut short by a puncture. Galanghendra Pratama came up late in the day to P3. Kito Abe found his rhythm and got up into P4. Ratapong Willarot 5th, 6th Helmi Asman, 7th Ibrahim Noruddin, 8th Nakarin Atirapuvapat, and in 9th Adenanta Putra. 10th Panasonic Kausanti, who found himself pushed down the order late in the session. Fadilla RB Aditama for Astra Honda in 11th, 12th Soichiro Minamoto, 13th Andy Mohammed Fadli, 14th Ray Matsuoka, and 15th Sha Juntong for Victor Racing, with a best time of 1:41.876. So as the Supersport 600s come in, we're going to go to Daniel, who is going to be having a word with Sha Juntong.
So we're down here at the Victor Racing MLT garage. So we're here with number 222, Sha Juntong. So Sha, how would you say your season so far has been?
Yeah, this in Sugo I crashed in race 1 and I broke my hand, and so this weekend when I drive the bike and turn and brake have some problem. So I will try my best, and the track is my first time to come, and a lot of things to learning. Change the bike and try my best. Yeah.
So for the next round, we're going to be going to Zhuhai International Circuit. It'll be the first time in 4 years that we're going there. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy ARRC come back to Zhuhai, and Zhuhai is a beautiful city, and the track is beautiful. A lot of friends. So welcome ARRC rider to Zhuhai.
Beautifully said. And last but not least, could you give a shout out to your fans?
Hello， 大家好，我是沙俊彤，希望大家能多多支持我，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Sha Juntong. Good luck for this race weekend, and we can't wait for the next run in Zhuhai.
We are back for the final session of this free practice Friday for round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, coming to you live from PERTAMINA Mandalika International Street Circuit on the southern shores of Lombok Island. It's absolutely gorgeous here, and what you can hear on track are the deep throaty notes of the ASB 1000, the litre class. This class has been posing the most difficult questions so far here at Mandalika for the ARRC 5 classes. The real question is, why has Marcus Reiterberger got away so fast and so far ahead of everybody except Andy Farid Izdihar, who's the only rider that's really been able to challenge him. Haruki Noguchi, Zakwan Zaidi, Aslan Shah have all been more than a second adrift of those two riders. And looking at the sector times and focusing particularly on Marcus Reiterberger, there was no real clue as to, well, there was no single answer anyway to why he was so much faster than everybody else. He was simply quicker in every sector. We saw him experimenting a little bit, trying different lines in different sectors, but when it mattered to guarantee himself the top slot, he put together a perfect lap to go a lot faster than everybody else. And he improved as the day went on. So looking at the last time out, Marcus Reiterberger broke into the 135s, which would have been a good time in the free practice session for World Superbike. And there goes the aforesaid Marcus Reiterberger, rounding, I think that was turn 10. Like most of these riders, he hasn't been here before, although he did tell us yesterday that he just watched a few onboard laps and listened to the engine notes, and he was good to go. And indeed he was, right from the off. Took him 1 or 2 flying laps before he got into it. The much travelled Daniel Bowes has just rejoined me in the commentary box. Welcome back, Daniel.
Good to be back here.
And guess who's on screen?
Of course, none other than number 28, Marcus Reiterberger. And already first flying lap at 1:37.915.
Exactly, yeah.
I think Lachlan has really chosen a good choice for reference there, because he did say without enough track time here, it's tough for him to learn it. So he's got a good reference point in front of him. But I think Marcus will be pulling away slowly.
Yeah, Marcus is far up the experience curve so far as Mandalika goes than Lachlan. Great to see Lachlan. It's a really well sorted team, isn't it? You've just been in the garage, but it's very well organised. They've got some really good technicians in there.
It is, yeah, it's amazing. They're sorted out as if they were a factory team. Like the equipment they have is brilliant.
Yeah, hard on the brakes there. The front looks pretty soft, but maybe it's how he likes it.
Yeah, you can really see it squatting down there as he goes on the brakes. Yeah, perhaps that's just how he wants it to be. Every rider has their own recipe when it comes to suspension.
Yeah, it's easy to watch as well, the effect of the suspension, because of the effect of the big aero at the front. Just plonks down over the front mudguard. A lot of travel there, though. Anyway, Haruki Noguchi is out, and I think that is his best time of the day. Very early in this 40-minute session. 5 minutes in, his best time earlier was 1:37.403. He's done a 38.77, 5 minutes in here, and he is the best of the rest, albeit 2.44 seconds behind Marcus Reiterberger.
Unbelievable. In his second flying lap,
Oh,
1:36.
and there's a bad one. We can't even see which bike. Oh, that's Jack Ritz Wangsawat. That's the East NJT machine. Looking at the. But that's a good sight to see. Jack Ritz walking away, not even limping particularly. But that bike is smashed to pieces.
Oh, that's early on. That's very early that he's gone off there. So the bike is just at full chat and it's just gone off. So, that bike is properly gone.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how that happened, because that's way back before the turn.
Yeah. But that's the important thing. The rider is walking away.
That's so good to see. We just saw the bike first, and that was worrying, but so great to see that Jack Ritz is okay.
Yeah, but it's going to be a late night for the East NJT Superbike crew. There is Casper Daniel. Let's see what he can do this session.
We've seen that a few times from Casper at that same turn, that the front wheel just lifts up on him. Maybe he just likes not having that resistance from the wheelie control, because it does cut off quite a bit. Here's Haruki now, he's running in 5th.
Yeah. Zakwan is leading the chase to Reiterberger. 1.5 seconds behind. As we were saying earlier, Daniel, that's a huge margin on a short track like this.
Just imagine in a race situation, 1.5 seconds each lap. That
would be a big enough margin at Sepang, right? But here it's crazy.
It's amazing. Yeah, Marcus really has something different, and he's only done 2 flying laps, and he's gone right back in. And we still have 32 minutes left in this session, so plenty of time for the riders to improve further. You can see now looking a bit more orange in track. The sun is setting here in Lombok at the Mandalika circuit. And here comes Haruki now. He's improved up into 3rd at 1:37.548. Zakwan, who's just in front of him, behind him, at 1:37.2. Oh, look at the way Haruki rides. He's just got his body all over the red and white areas, and
yeah, he's giving it everything, isn't he?
He always does. He's just fantastic to watch. Look at the way he leans as well. It's just such a nice riding style.
Coming off the back of a podium finish in the Suzuka 8 Hours just a few days ago as well, for SDG. So he's looking for every millimetre he can find on this track to pick up the time. He's on a mission now, Haruki Noguchi.
I do feel he's cut off a bit much there. But nevertheless, Haruki, he's on a mission. He knows that the gap was quite significant between him and Marcus in the previous practice sessions, and he's on it now. He's up into third. He's 1.2 seconds away. Zakwan as well, less than a second away from Marcus. They have found something. They are looking to get into the 36s.
Yep, that's where they need to be. Not sure whether that... very often we see the fastest time set in the second session of the day. The track will be cooler now.
Yeah, just following Kasma now. He's running in 8th, a 1:39.801. It's been a tough weekend so far for Kasma. So he'll be looking to use this session to really find it. He did mention that in practice 2 was the first time that he really felt good. It was really nice the way he mentioned that he used Yuki as a reference point. They rode together and he learned from that. And he's now starting to get the hang of things. So I think Kasma will be able to find a 38, maybe a lower 38 or a high 37 towards the end of the session.
Yeah, Aslan Shah.
He's done a 37.8.
Oh, there you go. Nicely called, Daniel. And yeah, Aslan Shah, who went pretty well earlier with 1:36.7. His best time so far, 39.6. Down in 8th. Lachlan, just above him. 2.6 seconds off the best time of Marcus Reiterberger. And in the pits now with Zakwan Zaidi. Currently second and leading the chase. And he's got within a second of the session leader. Oh, and there's another bite down. Is that Andy Farid?
I think it is Andy, yeah.
Yep, Andy's down. Yeah, the bike looks in much better condition than the East NJT Honda that just went off.
That's unfortunate for Andy. He's was running in third at 37.252. Nearly identical timing with Zakwan Zaidi, just 0.001 second. The difference between the pair of them.
Yeah, and he did so well to take the fight to Marcus Reiterberger in the first 2 sessions today. Here comes Haruki Noguchi once again. Bike moving around under braking as he gets into another lap through turn 2. Just watch him as he gets it onto the left side. Stay on the left.
He has improved as well on the last lap. He's done a 1:37.354. So he's closed the gap between himself and Marcus down to a second now. So he's really looking at the sector times. His first sector.
Ooh, a real wiggle there for Haruki Noguchi. Of course, he kept it pinned.
He never lifts off whenever there's a wobble. He's just really aggressive.
When in doubt, gas it out.
Definitely. That is definitely his motto. I think he has that right stamped in his bedroom door. Yeah, now he keeps on going. This lap, however, not looking too impressive for Haruki. Decent throughout every sector, but every sector that he comes across, he's just a few tenths away from what Marcus and Co are doing. So he does need to find a little bit more. Maybe a cleaner lap for him. Look at the way he just swings wide here into the final sector. Just looks so composed. He comes around the final turn, not much movement there, but when he gets on the gas, there might be a twitch here or there. No, completely planted. Comes across 1:37.5, so he's consistent in the 1:37, mid 1:37s. Now he just needs to find that extra half a second at least to be on the front row.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go in this session. 27 more minutes remaining. And there, Andy's made it back to the pits. Leathers need a bit of a dust off. But he's okay. And the bike's obviously not seriously damaged. It looked okay as it lay there in the kitty litter. So these things happen. Anyway, he'll have time for a breather and a drink. Zakwan also in the pit. Marcus still in the pit. That's the extended stop for him.
Yeah, Lachlan Evans, he's just come out from the pit. He's had about 6 minutes in the pit box. So he's coming up for his second stint. It's a decent sector 1 coming in from him already. So he's clearly found something. Much better setup perhaps.
Yeah, that's good to see. I mean, the regulations in ASB 1000 do level the playing field as much, I think, as it can be leveled between the factory-supported teams and the privateers.
Looks like Haruki's going back in. He was looking at his rear tire as he completed his previous lap, so perhaps something not sitting well with him. So he's back in. We have about 25 minutes still left in the session, so plenty of time for them to make some adjustments and head back out on track.
Yeah, normally they stop a little bit later than this. You can see in the shade there how much the sun has gone down. This was about the time that I went for my little jolly around the track yesterday, and the light was fading. It's beautiful, actually.
Yeah.
But low sun as you come into turn 16.
Ah, there we go. Marcus Reiterberger back on track. This is his first out lap, so he will begin his flying lap as he comes around the final sector. But for now, he's just going into the flowy bits and cross the line. And now here comes the rider for BMW, the 1X2X TKKR BMW team. He begins. What can we expect? Will he hit a 135? And once again, just imagine what they would do with the qualifying tires.
Yeah, absolutely. The qualifying tyres could be worth a second around here. I know the technicians always say perhaps a little bit more than that, but well, let's see what happens tomorrow. But be interesting to see what this rider can do with them.
Interesting enough, it looks like Marcus is running the hard front and rear medium. So I don't think we've seen him run that combination so far this today. So maybe he's trying to just see where race pace would be, or just how the different compound would feel like.
Yeah, I thought it was the sun glinting off the tyre, but you're right, Daniel, well spotted.
Seems to be interesting though, oh my. Even with the hard front, Marcus has done the fastest Sector 2 timing. Sector 3 as well, it's not bad, but it's not an improvement. So let's see what Marcus does as he comes across. I think this will be another mid 136 from him.
Well, he's earned himself, he's given himself the space to experiment. Different tyres, different setups. He's virtually guaranteeing himself.
And he's actually improved a 136.059.
Wow. There you go. 135s are heading his way, and they are literally coming to him.
Just magnificent from him and the team to keep on pushing for these kind of results, and they keep on improving. It's amazing. This should be Andy Farriad's bike, because Zakwan just came out, so
yeah,
I think that's the end of the session for Andy Farriad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, given how strong he's been all day.
That is surprising, because it didn't look like there was much damage on the bike, but perhaps there was something that is just ended Friday for them. So that is unfortunate, but Andy Farriad can look forward, because he has been very consistent and very fast all throughout the practice sessions today.
Yeah, and Zakwan has got Reiterberger currently in his sights. Let's see if he can close the gap. But look at the pace round that corner there by Reiterberger. Smooth but blisteringly fast.
Yeah, this is another fast lap from him. His Sector 1 was about 0.3, 0.4 seconds faster than the previous lap. Sector 2, Sector 3, just decent. So if he can stitch Sector 4 nicely, this will be a 135. Comes around on the final bend, and he's going to get onto the gas. trying to control the horsepower of that BMW. Very wide exit. Comes across as a 135.871.
There you go. No surprise, but now it's the headline into the 135s. So competitive World Superbike times coming from the German. So Tadej Okada looks on for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Looking for a solution. Zakwan Zaidi is the best of the rest, but 1.3 seconds, or almost 1.4 seconds back. It's amazing.
Marcus has just improved again through Sector 1, so this is not where the story ends for Marcus and lap times here in Mandalika. This is going to get...
I don't believe it is. Yes, Sector 2, best time of the session as well. And Zakwan pushing on, decent, but half a second slower through Sector 2. Yeah, look at the difference in times.
Yeah, Marcus is up by half a second in Sector 2 over Zakwan Zaidi, and that's just the difference right there.
Yeah.
Even in Sector 3, it's nearly a second, the difference. That's interesting. I wonder whether the choice of the hard front, whether that's a better compound around here, and Marcus just unlocked something. I think the other teams will be looking at that, and he's just come across a 135.204, extends his gap by 2 seconds now.
To get that deep into the 135s, incredible. And Haruki Noguchi, who's currently sitting 4th on a 137.35. Now looking at trying to find 2 seconds.
It's just insane, the gap that Marcus has given himself. 2 seconds. I mean, at first the question was how deep, as you said, how deep in the 135s can he go? Now it looks like he can potentially get into the 134s.
Yep, and as you said, qualifying tyres tomorrow morning. Pretty much guarantee it. So Haruki Noguchi, there's 19 minutes left on the clock. So a lot of time. Let's have a look at his tyres as he trundles out.
Soft Cosmo was both on both tyres medium. For Haruki, I can't really tell.
So there's so much sun reflecting off the wheel rims, it's difficult to see.
I believe this is Andy Farrad's bike. Unfortunate for him. So yeah, it's the right side there. The lever is just got to neaten up, both the lever guard and the brake lever. So that's unfortunate for Andy.
And back on track.
So yeah, because Zakwan is now improved, but it's still 2 seconds away from Marcus, a 137.239. Marcus on the last lap was a slowdown lap. Slowdown still a 135.882. So here comes Marcus now. He's just completing the first sector. Let's see whether, yes, he does improve. Sector 1 is faster. Could this be either 35.1, 35.0, or a 34 for Marcus Reiterberger? We follow him now into Sector 2. That BMW really does squat under the brakes. It seems that maybe just has that much extra suspension travel, and the riders seem to like it.
Yeah, there it is again. Seem to be comfortable with it, don't they?
Yeah. Zakwan as well, he's on a good lap, but still not close enough from not close enough to Marcus.
2 sectors, that's 0.9 of a second right there.
Here comes Marcus Reiterberger now into the final section of this amazingly beautiful track. To turn 16 and the flip to the left into turn 17 for Marcus. What will he do as he comes across the line? It seemed a faster lap for most of the first part. He comes across, it's 135.666. So
he's firmly lapping in the 135s now.
It definitely wasn't a fluke. It's just
It's become a comfort zone.
yeah.
Except for everybody else.
It's just amazing. Zakwan has improved at 137.0, so he's getting into the areas where he can drop down into the 136, but still 1.844 seconds away from Marcus.
Yeah. There is no single reason. It's about the rider, the bike, the setup, the team, and you're talking about two excellent teams here. Marcus, of course, has he's an official BMW Motorrad rider, so he's got everything that BMW can throw at it in terms of his competitiveness. But Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa, they have two from Honda.
It's just amazing seeing how composed Marcus is. You rarely see him make any mistake. There's no twitch. He's just very calm on the bike. It's not an over-exaggerated riding style either. He's just very confident. As he comes around, it's actually a decent lap as well. Sector 3 was really good for him. Zakwan Zaidi as well, he's improving on this lap. But Marcus has gone back into pit lane, and a look at the back tire as well again. Oh yeah, there is something wrong with this rear tire. I can see something on the edge there. And that was unfortunate because that was a good lap.
That would have been another 35 for sure.
So more rear tire problems for riders here in Mandalika.
Be interesting to talk to our friends at Dunlop. This she's done well. See what their take is on it.
Yuki Ito, he's running a different compound than Kazma. Kazma's sticking to medium. Yuki is doing a hard front and medium rear. So let's see how that works between the two teammates. So as of right now, Yukito is in 6th, Kazuma is in 5th.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi pushing on now. Still nowhere near the times of the German at the top of the timing screen, but decent. Decent third sector 2, although half a second with Marcus's. It's really difficult for these guys. The team's looking for answers that might not be there.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, where do you look? Because there's that much of a gap. It's just been a fantastic show from Marcus. And if he can carry this forward into the rest of the weekend, and look at that was a horsepower difference right there between the Honda and the Yamaha.
Yeah.
Haruki just got on the gas. I'm pretty sure Yuki got on earlier, but Haruki just could put that power down and just blitz past Yuki.
Yeah, it's a fast bike. It's got a beautifully set up. It's got a rider with the incredible corner speed.
I still remember when Honda debuted that bike on the Zakwan Zaidi in this region, in Malaysia, sorry, and Azan was racing against Zakwan. He said that the wind, the dirty wind that this Honda creates is almost like a bus was passing by him. And it was just insane.
Really?
He said he literally felt that his bike wobble thanks to Zakwan passing him on the straight. It's unbelievable, this Honda.
Yeah, Zakwan now within 1.3 seconds. So he's chipping away nicely. Ruki Noguchi, 0.6 of a second slower than Zakwan, the defending champion.
The way Zakwan is improving is in the form that you would expect Zakwan to do. He would just slowly learn and chip away at it. He would find every little point that he can to improve, and that's what he's doing here. He's closing. It was 2.1 seconds at one point. Now it's 1.3. As every lap Zakwan finds something, and that's just what a quality rider he is. He's well experienced. He knows what he's doing, and he's got a great team behind him.
Yeah, and he overtook Lachlan Epis.
Oh,
there's the yellow there. There's a bike down.
That's Haruki Noguchi.
Well, that shows you how hard Haruki Noguchi is pushing. He's okay physically.
Oh, because that's a rare mistake from Haruki.
Mentally, he's exasperated. Yeah.
Oh, that's a fast place to crash to. He just rolled all around the track with the gravel there.
Yeah.
So the airbag would have definitely helped him a lot there to
Definitely.
have
yeah.
a few less bruises.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate because Haruki in the last lap just went up into third at 1:37.1, so he's gone below 2 seconds away from Marcus. That's really unfortunate for Haruki.
Well, we saw him crash when he was pushing very hard in Sugo as well. And I think that's what it is. He's giving it everything, and he can't find what he wants, so he's going over the edge a bit. You know, you could say like Marc Marquez in MotoGP.
Yeah, I've made that comparison to him ever since we started seeing this kid. Like he's been so aggressive, he's been so brilliant, but yeah, every now and then you just catch yourself losing it a bit when you start pushing, and yeah, they do have to push. I'm sure he was very aware of the gap between him and Marcus, so he knew what he had to do, but now he's got to try again tomorrow.
Yep, he's got to, yeah, forget the disadvantage, put that out of his mind anyway, and come back and see what he can do in qualifying. I mean, he could be 2 seconds slower than Reiterberger in qualifying and still start from the front row. That's just quite something to get your head around.
Yeah. And that's Zakwan now, who's his best time so far, 1:36.5, so he's well under 1:36. That lap itself was a 1:38, so it wasn't going to happen on that one. But for now, it's Marcus, Zakwan, Haruki. That's your top three. Andy Farad, who had that early crash, he still remains in fourth now. Yuki Ito, he's in fifth, so that's a switch that happened just on the previous lap, actually. 1:37.748 for Yuki. So the hard tire on the front working well for Yuki.
Yeah, and for Marcus.
Hasan Shah has been in the pit for the majority of this session. I wonder whether it's some technical issue with the bike, perhaps, because you would have expected Hasan to have come out at the midpoint as well.
Yep, 1:36.7 in the previous session. So a lot slower. 3 seconds. Almost 3 seconds slower than he was in free practice 2. So it's just strange that something can be going so right on one side of the 1XOX TKKR BMW garage, and so not right on the other side.
Yeah, if we were to say that it can't be just an advantage that Marquez has been developing this bike, but because Aslan has been riding BMWs for the past few seasons as well, so he'll be very well experienced with the BMW machinery. So it's just it's been a weird first day for us. I know, very animated Yuki Ito there. I think simple explanation: suspension not right, chatter.
Yes, that's it. Easy to read. Late afternoon breeze springing up there.
Yeah, but Aslan just now, yeah, it's been a weird one. He's had a moment where he seems like he's starting to understand it better, and he's starting to really put it down on track. And then suddenly you have this session where he's all the way down in 8th. He's 4.3 seconds down from his teammate, who's in 1st. So it's been a really odd session for Aslan, and I really do hope he finds something tomorrow, because it's going to be a pity if we don't get him fighting at the top as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he brings so much to the party when he's on form. We missed that really for the whole of 2022, and it's been great to see it again this season. Yuki Ito sticking pretty close to Zakwan Zaidi there on this lap. Just to see, oh sorry, not Yuki Ito, Kazma Daniel, and he's going well.
Yeah, this is expected from Kazma. He said he needed a reference point, so now he's decided to use his fellow countryman Zakwan Zaidi as a reference. Comes across, it should be an improving lap for him. He's done a decent sector 2, and he does improve. A 1:37.433, so that's a job well done from Kasma on his first flying lap.
Yeah, and Zakwan's going to let him go this time. 7 minutes remaining of this final ASB 1000 session of the day. Into the sunlight. See what Kasma can do on his own this time. So, and the answer is he did a very good sector 1. His best of the day.
It really is golden hour here right now in Mandalika though. Just a beautiful golden shower over the track as the riders finish off. 6 minutes left in this ARRC ASB 1000 practice 3.
Kasma, his 2 best sectors so far. He's in sector 3 now, so let's keep an eye on this. And best sector 3 too.
This could be a 136.
So he's gonna be lifting himself up, yeah.
I think he might just miss out on 136. He might just sandwich himself between Haruki and Andy Farid. So he might go 4th. There's a good lap from Kasma. Let's see him as he exits turn 17 onto the gas, right over the red and white area. It's just a nice pop of the video. 137.2, and he does find himself in 4th between Haruki and Andy.
Yep.
Much better from Kasma.
Yeah, that was good. Clever riding. Shadowed Zakwan, and then went on his own.
Yeah, I think that's really what helped him this time. Like, he just needed another reference point for where to go around this track. Like I said, there's so many lines to try. So he decided to try what Zakwan has been doing, and yeah, it's working well for him now.
So Kasma, just 2 seconds adrift of Marcus Reiterberger.
A bit of a twitch there for Kasma as he went over the rumble strip, and he managed to keep on the gas. It didn't affect his lap too much. Comes across, let's see, sector times, however, a bit slower than the last lap. Maybe just pushing a bit too hard in certain areas. Zakwan has just been going on in this session. He hasn't set anything fast. Perhaps he's just trying his race pace out. But that is also one thing I am wondering about. Marcus, we know he's the fastest currently, but he hasn't really stayed out for long stints. He's just done a few laps. I think the most he's done is about 6 laps at a go, and he's gone back in. So whether or not he can maintain that pace all throughout. Then again,
always bearing in mind you're talking about a top world endurance rider.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of a no-brainer that he would be that consistent.
Yeah, but seriously, he was talking yesterday about the importance of having a sprint series like this as well as doing EWC.
Yeah.
He regards it as really important. Previously, he was doing IDM, the German Championship, and smashing that as well.
Yeah.
But he loves this series from his earlier visit to Sepang. There he is, right on cue. What's he got this time?
So he's going out for the final 3 minutes. He'll get about a lap in. It's the hard front again.
Yeah, same.
So same setup, maybe just a slight tweak. This could be him just testing a setup for qualifying, because we've seen them previously use a hard option for the front and a soft rear for qualifying. So maybe he's trying to sort the front suspension out just to get a gauge of what they will do in qualifying.
Yeah. Zakwan having another good run at it. His pace is good. Just a few fluffy clouds in the background there, more than I've seen since we've been here.
Are you saying that there's potential for rain coming tomorrow?
No chance of rain whatsoever. Absolutely guaranteed. Remember where you heard it, folks. But yeah, another 37 for Zakwan.
Yeah, I think Cosma's tire is also wearing out. He's not been able to improve much. He's gone on quite a slow down lap on the previous one. Zakwan has just been lapping consistently. He's been doing 37s, higher 36. So Zakwan's definitely doing just some race pace calculation.
Yeah, and you know Zakwan, he's always going to do the best that he can, no matter what his advantage or disadvantage. He'll always give it the absolute best that he can.
But now here comes a shark-esque front of the BMW on Marcus Reiterberger. Will he set an even faster lap, or is it just a final tweak that they're trying out? So now he comes across, it should be completing Sector 1 any moment now. Ooh, it's not a great Sector 1 from Marcus. 27.1, so I don't think this will be the lap for Marcus. I think it's just a slight tweak that's perhaps not working out. He's got Osama Maria in front of him, so that will be a bit of traffic as Marcus goes over the next few corners.
Yeah, 27.1 through Sector 1, not good by his standards. But
Yeah,
look down the timing sheet.
By his standards,
anybody
not.
else would take it, thank you.
Yeah. I think Cosma will be jumping to get that. But I just feel like Cosma, looking how he is in this session, I'm excited to see how it goes around tomorrow. That's going to be really great.
Yeah. Osama getting about to get a masterclass here. Oh.
Oh dear.
And a little exasperation there from Reiterberger.
Oh, swung on the outside and hooked it in.
He keeps it clean, but yeah, he was quite disimpressed by that.
Straight away with the tear off aggressively, but what an overtake that was from Marcus. And he has one more lap in it, so that was a 38.5 for Marcus Reiterberger, and now he has one more lap to try and hunt an even faster lap. Comes around the first turn, as composed as he's been all weekend.
Yeah, so let's watch. With most of the riders, you can see when they're really on it. With Marcus, it's a little more difficult because he is so smooth and composed on the bike.
You can never, like, some riders you can see that extra aggression, a slight twitch here and there, and you know that they're on it. But with Marcus, it looks the same. It looks like he's just being chill on the bike. He never looks very aggressive, but next thing you know, he sets the fastest lap time.
Yeah, there goes that deep dive from the front end.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to be this
into
one.
Turn 10, no. Not a bad day's work though. He showed that he can run in the 135s. There's going to be a lot of head scratching tonight by everybody else in the ASB garages.
Yeah, looking at the way Marcus has been going, I definitely feel there will be a 134 with the qualifying tires. This is just brilliant. As you said, masterclass. Here comes Marcus Reiterberger now to take the checker flag to end day one here at the Mandalika circuit for the first time with the Asia Road Racing Championship. A 135.715 from Marcus Reiterberger. What a scenery this has been for a race here in Lombok. And what a first day we've had.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. There are still more questions than answers in the ASB 1000. I think we understood what's happening in the other classes, but the tall German on board that BMW. Oh, look at the colours! Oh, is that azure blue? It should be.
Yeah.
I think we should call that azure blue. That is just gorgeous. Fantastic. And that, folks, is just a couple of 100 meters away from where we are sitting now. So come to Lombok, enjoy some fantastic racing, and go to the beach. You won't regret it.
Oh, definitely not.
It'll be the best weekend of your life.
Racing, beach, surf, it's perfect.
Absolutely, and there are great restaurants around as well. So this part of Lombok, Kuta, has it all.
So we're gonna get some landscape shots of the circuit and around the circuit.
So here we go. Look at that big yellow ball.
This is what I mean by this part. You see, it's almost looking like a rainforest scenario. Here you have tropical.
Yeah, this is like a beachfront almost. And yeah, into pit lane. That's it. And look at those. Oh, beautiful camera work. Congratulations and thanks to our wonderful cameraman and our wonderful director. Just beautiful.
Absolutely amazing.
And look at the light here as well. This is just gorgeous. Shall we have a look at the results? Yes, let's have a look. Marcus Reuterberger at the top. Once again, 135.204, the only rider anywhere near the 135s. Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Second. Third, Haruki Noguchi crashed out late in the session. 137 best time for him. Kasper Daniel got his rhythm later in the session. Andy Farid Izdiha followed him. Lachlan Epis and Yuki Ito. Ninth was Jakrit Swangsawat. Osama Murray 10th. 11th Choyu Zhou. And there we have another gorgeous shot to watch. That's it for today. Let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow morning is all about qualifying, and we will be going racing in the afternoon. We're going to show you the schedule in just a moment. First up is the TVS Asia One Make Championship. They have 2 sessions based on combined free practice times from today. They'll be followed by UB150 qualifying, and then AP250, Super Sport 600, then Super Pole shootout for the underbones at 10:40. ASB 1000 will be on track at 11:20. Racing starts at 12:35. This has been a fantastic day at Mandalika in Lombok. We've enjoyed every moment of it. Join us tomorrow when things get serious for this round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Thanks to all the TV production team. Thanks to Daniel Bogas. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock, so join us then.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.